Good morning to everyone on the call. I know that the Budget and Finance Committee has been scheduled to start at 10 a.m. This is Chair Parrish. We're gonna start in about 30 minutes. And so we're gonna come back in about 30 minutes while everybody gets set up. I know today the new ERP system is being set up, so the Office of the Controller, the Office of Management and Budget, they're both in a presentation right now, and they'll be here at about 11 o'clock. So give us about 30 minutes, and then we'll check in for a roll call at that time. Thank you for coming to the Budget and Finance Conference Room. Today, we do have it scheduled, our first regular scheduled meeting here in the conference room. We posted our agenda last time. And thank you to everyone for coming to our committee meeting today. I know many are getting reports and we have guests who are here for legislation. So thank you all for being here in the conference room. I want to welcome everyone before we begin. Today we have before January 7th, 2025, and it should start at 10 a.m. Wednesday, I'll call the meeting to order at 10:46 a.m. And Mr. Cotter, could you assist with a roll call? Vice Chair Slater is excused.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is a roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee, the Clinton Avenue Council regular meeting for Tuesday, January 7th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Roll call, Honorable Dean Harris. Honorable Shandy Harris is present. Honorable Carl Ostrader is here. Honorable Norman MBA. No. Honorable Norman MBA is present. Honorable Amber Kuchak-Crotty.
Sharon here.
Honorable Citizen Crotty is present. Honorable Sharon Yazzie.
I'm here.
Honorable Sharon Yazzie is present. Honorable Lester C. Yazzie. Good morning, I'm present. Honorable Lester Yazzie is present. Madam Chair, you have. Madam President, one excuse to constitute the quorum for this regular meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Todd, for taking the roll call. Delegate Lester Yazzie, you lead us in a prayer.
Kushiyate, Madam Chair, Shami, this we will go to the thank you, all visitors, our guests, our staff, conduct, honorable Budget and Finance Committee, our legal team, Honorable Simpson Yate. I'm sorry, sick. I apologize, man. The Yate go in the Hodoshi season, the Yate go 90. Hodojo, the one from the going the whole the Bendy bag about up in there, made the neighbor Washington, the base on our larger over there. But Yanani, exile over the Yanani, later. Need the nation honey lunch and get them later each other name out in the convey that on the show home to when the base either don't need the base sheet or what not from the large the tea and basically the long that and each day see Goya tailor later Yati or Dosa Yat a capital flag don't you know basically that it's a Doya take off. Nothing the media sort of nothing structure that not the credit on the kilo even there. But in the competition, machine in a tiny faction machine. Back in the car, that I that with boy, Penashni on the phone is allowed to be binge be. We get able to have a take of it. But all being nice is kind of lead of a large target, sharky carriage of us, usually always begin daily, but all even not capable. Who's even not able, was on the sleep or was on the sleep, was on the sleep, or
Thank you, Delegate Lester Yazzie, for the invocation this morning. And to our attendees, those that are listening online, you may also notice that we do have a new member of the Budget and Finance Committee present today. So that's what we were trying to decipher between our two Delegate Yazzies on this committee. But I'll give some time to Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie to introduce herself and to say what she'd like to say.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all safe and well today in this new year. And we have the Yazzie duo. Just want to say thank you to everybody for being here. I'm looking forward to hearing reports and learning about the budget. And so if there's anything questions on, I look to your expertise and your knowledge in the many years that you've been working with the nation. I also want to say congratulations to all of the elected officials who are having their swearing in ceremonies all week. Today was Fort Defiance Agency in Venado. So I apologize also for just being a little late this morning, trying to make sure that I was in attendance at that swearing in ceremonies. And then the other thing is just want to say condolences to the Vice Chair Carl Slater and his family for losing their loved one. I'm sure it's very hard for the community and the schools, we're in a new year and just want to say thank you again for everybody for being here again and showing us. I appreciate all of you. So, yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Shirley Nozby. I'll go to the committee if there's anyone who would like to offer any comments before we continue. Chairwoman Amber Smith Ricard.
Yeah, I just want to thank, and, acknowledge, Delegate Yasi for being on this committee in terms of, her knowledge of being vice chair of Law and Order Committee. It's very nice when, the Budget and Finance is composed of delegates from different perspectives. And so, we appreciate, that type of expertise that you're gonna be bringing to the committee. So thank you, Ani Mishra, the Viking people, Basis Chi, Destiny, the Shichi, the Irish people, the Shamana. So I think we say to each other, to bases or each other, right? So, I just wanna respect that, and I also, Chair, if there's a way, I know how our agenda is set up, but by law, we have advisors that are supposed to be providing, advisement to the Budget and Finance. So I don't know if we want to put that in our agenda, or if we could, when we come to this section, that we have these entities, be identified. So, for example, like Office of Management and Budget, Office of the Controller, I see Deputy Controller here, Department of Justice. If there's a representative from Office of President and Vice President, from Speaker, those two are not required. So I just wanted to, just see who was on the line, who was representing. And I know that we have individuals from the judicial branch who are, who are today, here at the committee level. So I wanted to recognize the judicial branch, Mr. Francisco, and then, Shemaya,
Again, Chairwoman Chairwoman Amber Smith Ricard. Before we go to some of the requests, to Mr. Copley, does anyone else want to offer any other comments before we continue? Delegate Leslie Yazzie?
Madam Chair, do you undertake, no, you get the chief of one city deputies. So, she does, and then the city, she and so she versus two, yeah, I need to see that go shoot the best chair. It's a two, the code of the art. Though, here, the she, don't they, the job. Of the Yajomina, only down the other evening, though. ถ้าติงเขาบอกว่าซ้ายจะทอดมาเสียแล้วก็ให้ยกมาซ้ายโดยจะเขาขาดจะพัดมาเมื่อมีการเก็บเก็บอย่าตีนี้โดยเฉพาะแต่อีกหลายขอแค่ and I would just offer my little congratulations to the new leadership in the Eastern Agency as they took their home yesterday, and it was a really good successful event called Ajo Shadar Khanum of Finnegan, and those new officials in my chapter district. Judge of Tapaha, Woodsack, Chief, Manulito, Sayat Court, and sections of Rock. I mean, Rock Springs, excuse me, Rock Springs, yeah, good morning, yeah.
Thank you. Delegate Leslie Yazzie. And it's part of my coughing. So I'll learn that the rest of the meeting, and, so the request, Mr. Chahi, is I suppose what we can do in the future is under recognized guests and visiting officials, can we put, under our Title II, advisors, just place a section where we can see who attends. And it's not just for our benefit, but also for the benefit of the public, because one issue that we've been running into in developing the budget is to show attendance from the three branches so that we can have continuous discussion. And also, I know we have Mr. Dominic Vidal here too, but advisors are definitely helpful for our discussion. So in the future, we can work on what that formatting of the agenda would look like. And then shut in for your requests. I can call out to the office of the president and vice president to see who's on the call. Is there anyone on the Zoom link from the office of the president and vice president? Rebecca here. You're here? Okay. And then I guess, could you state your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Jared Blackwater, and I am legal counsel for OPB.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Laura Johnson, I'm from Office of the President, Vice President.
Thank you. And then, Shadow Chairwoman Member Commissioner Crowdy, when the proposed agenda was being sent out and the new item E reports were being sent out. I did ask Mr. Coffey to make the OPDP the traditional branch and then also the OPDP branch aware of the discussion that we need to have in regards to the budget. And then we have Corinda from the office of the speaker, is that right? Okay. All right, thank you. From the Department of Justice, do we have Mr. Rodas on the call?
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee. This is Mel Rodas from Tax and Finance Unit of DOJ. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Fial. Mr. Fial is the only division director that didn't go to ERP this morning.
And then basically my next thing is, we had asked, for mics so that we're not like projecting our voices and so that the public can hear us clearly. I think we did that one time. We could see if that's another option that's available. I think that would also help you today with your voice and how we need to carry it to the room and then online.
Okay, thank you. Logistically, Mr. Talking, maybe what we can look in with our budget is, I know in the state legislature, they have microphones attached to the audio system. It may not be a speaker, but at least it projects online a little bit better. So if you could take a look at that to do further research. I know we have the microphones available, but I think there was some screeching last time on with the speakers. But today, if my voice does go out, I may ask the members to attend. So I'll save my voice for the report. But thank you, Chairman Member Crowdy. Do you have any further comments? Okay. With that, we're still on recognizing guests and visioning officials. And other comments. At this time, I'd like to ask if we could all take a moment of silence for Dr. Monty Russell from Dinesh College. He played an instrumental role in many of our lives, but also for the education system of the entire Navajo Nation. And also he is a close family member to our vice chairman. So at this time, if we all could take a brief moment of silence in remembrance of the president of Dinesh College. Thank you, and we all have our prayers to Vice Chairman Carl Slater and his family. All right, members of the committee, we will go on to review and adopt the agenda. We do have journals ready for adoption today. We have reports today. Before we read the proposed agenda into the record, Mr. Talking, do you have any recommendations in regards to the reports? I think you received correspondence about Ms. Nakai not being available today. And I don't know if you know, in 2 weeks, if you have recommendations for the committee to move our meeting to Tuesday. So,
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, we would need to make an amendment to the agenda to remove item D from the agenda. As it's not tied to its budget, as with the Resource Development Committee, and they're up in the Shiprock area at the moment. In addition to that, the week before Navajo Nation Winter Council session, on Monday is a holiday, and the the Standing Committee normally meets on Mondays. So they'll most likely schedule special meetings to have it on Tuesday, so we will have 4 standing committees meet on Tuesday. So the recommendation is we move our meeting to Wednesday, as the legislations that are assigned the standing committee tends to usually go to law and order, budget and finance, law and order, task, resource development, then to budget and finance, then to NAVI. So this way we'll have the legislation or anything ready for the NAVI committee on Thursday.
thank you, Mr. Crowley. Are there any other recommendations of legislation or ready for today?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee, there is one legislation that's ready, take action on today, but Dr. Andy Ness did request that hold off on this legislation as his sponsor is not available, and his sponsor is also attending the funeral today. So his legislation will be on the 21st or the 22nd, depending on when Budget and Finance wants to hold their regular meeting or their special meeting on that date. And that legislation is currently needing, an amendment, so Office of Legislative Counsel is well aware of it through, Carolyn West.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sahi, for the recommendations this morning. Can you read the proposed agenda into the record?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Budget and Finance Committee, the 25th Nomination Council's regular meeting for Tuesday, January 7th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Shameen Parrish, Chairperson, Honorable Paul R. Slater, Vice Chairperson, location Budget and Finance Conference Room, Window Rock, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and adopt the agenda. 4, reviewing and adopt the journal, December 17th, 2024, regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, update report from the Office of the Controller, Division of Human Resources and Judiciary Branch on the personal lapse fund as it relates to the fiscal year 2025, the general wage adjustment funds, general fund programs. B, report from the Office of the Controller and Division of Human Resources on the personnel payroll shortfall funding and how the continuing resolution CS 39-24 has impacted the personnel payroll positions. C, report from the Office of the Controller on verifying the excessive permanent funds income available for general funds and expenditure plan within resolution CS 78-23 exhibit H through H1. D, report from Office of Legislative Services on the National Nation Comprehensive Budget Public Hearing for fiscal year 2025. Report from Office of Legislative Counsel and Budget and Finance Committee Chair on the fiscal year 2025 comprehensive budget as it relates to the revised 2025 budget instruction manuals BFJN 17-24 calendar for the Navajo Nation. 6, old business. A, legislation number 0154-24, an action relating to resource and development and budget and finance committee, accepting the second follow-up review of the Hard Rock Chapter Corrective Action Plan implementation and approving the Auditor General's recommendation sanctioned pursuant to 12 NMC Section 7G. 7, new business, none. 8, close the meeting, announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is a proposed agenda read into the record.
Members of the committee, is there a motion for the, proposed agenda? Motion by Delegate Norman and Begay. We have a second to the motion. Second by Delegate Fairland Nazi. Members of the committee, are there any amendments to the agenda? Chairwoman Amber Smith, Friday.
Okay, I thank you, Shadeja, so we'll delete, report 5B as in David. And, I think that's, and then you did say there's a modification for E. Or,
Chairwoman Amber Smith, Friday. I believe, this discussion is not limited to the calendar.
okay,
And not limited to the city. But I leave it to the committee if you all just want to stick with the calendar, the focus of the discussion, you definitely do that.
well, I'll just modify so we're in order, to report the current E as in Edward at the end. What is that, semicolon, and other related items?
Okay.
And then I'll add for number 8, or. I need Mr. Taki's suggestion on, we want to schedule some additional meetings coming up, so where would that be in the agenda? Where do you recommend?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that would fall under new business and scheduling leadership meeting, work sessions, or any other special or regular meeting that needs to be addressed by the Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay, so should be, in addition to my motion, colleagues, I'm gonna add for number 7, new business, scheduling. Additional meetings. So I heard leadership meeting.
work sessions.
Work sessions.
Special meetings.
special, committee meetings. Yeah, so that'll be the letter A. Do you want to go first? Okay, and then, I know this is a capped amendment, but if I could add, if I could ask the committee in the motion to, place old business, before receiving reports, so we can, move forward as Delegate Simonson, Vice Chair of Hess is here with the committee. That would be my motion.
Thank you, Shadow Chairwoman Candace McCarty, to a second by Delegate Norman Indigo. Are there any questions? For the motion? Deputy Paul? All right, hearing none, Delegate Norman Indigo, how do you vote on amendment one? Delegate Norman Indigo votes for, Delegate Sharon Yasi?
Great.
Delegate Sharon Yasi votes green, Chairwoman Anderson McCarty, how do you vote?
So they did vote green, thank you.
Chairwoman Anderson McCarty votes green, Delegate Leslie Yasi, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, I vote green.
Delegate Leslie Rossi votes green, four in favor, one member excused, myself not voting, motion carries on amendment number one. Number two, committee, are there any other amendments to the agenda? All right, hearing none, Mr. Tower, can you do a second reading of the agenda?
Madam Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, this is the second reading of the proposed agenda. Budget Finance Committee is now meeting of the Springfield Nominations Council regular meeting for Tuesday, January 2025 at 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Shandine Parrish, Chairperson, Honorable Paul Alexander, Vice Chairperson, location Budget Finance Committee Conference Room. One, call meeting to order, roll call on location two, recognize the guest of this an official, three, review and adopt the agenda, four, review and adopt the journal, December 17, 2024. Five, receiving reports, eight, update report from the Office of the Controller Division of Human Resources and Judiciary Branch on the personal lapse fund as it relates to the fiscal year 2025 general wage adjustment funds, general funds program. B, report from the Office of the Controller Division of Human Resources and the personnel payroll protocol funding and how the continuing resolution CS 39-24 has impacted the personnel payroll positions. C, report from the Office of the Controller on verifying excessive prevent from income available for general fund and expenditure plan within resolution CS 78-23, exhibit H through H1. D, a report from the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Budget and Finance Committee on the fiscal year 2025 comprehensive budget as it relates to the revised FY 2025 budget instruction manual, EFJN 17-24 calendar for the nomination and other related matters. 6, old business legislation number 0154-24, National Aid to Research and Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, accepting the second follow-up review of the Hard Rock Chapter Corrective Action Plan implementation and approving the Auditor General's recommendations pursuant to 12 NSC section 7G. 7, new business, item A. Scheduling upcoming special meetings, work sessions, and leadership meeting with the Budget and Finance Committee. 8, close the meeting and announcements and adjournments.
Mr. Coffey, I believe the motion that the committee or the amendment the committee voted on was moving old business.
Old business, yes.
before reports.
Yes, sorry.
It was a heavy duty amendment. Apologize. That's
Okay.
not usual. It's not usual.
Thank you. And for the record, the clarification was that the old business legislation is going to go before reports. All right, thank you. With that, second reading, we'll go to a vote. Delegate Gay votes green, Delegate Sharon votes green,
I vote green.
Chairwoman Everett votes green, Delegate Leslie Ozzie.
Chair, I will be.
Delegate Leslie Ozzie votes green, 4 in favor, 1 member excused, myself not voting, motion carries on the agenda. We do have an agenda for us. Thank you, members of the committee. We'll go on to review and adopt the journal for December 17, 2024. Members of the committee, do you have a motion to adopt the journal? Motion by Delegate Sharon Yasi, second by Delegate Norman Wendy Gay. Colleagues, do you have any questions on the journal? Okay, here's none. Delegate Norman Day, how do you vote? Delegate Norman Day votes three, Delegate Chairman Dodd, how do you vote? Three. Delegate Chairman Zazzy votes green, Shadow Chairwoman Amber Smith, the party, how do you vote? Today, they're all green, thank you. Chairwoman Amber Smith, the party votes green, and Delegate Leslie Ozzie. Delegate Leslie Ozzie votes green. Foreign state, bill not voting, one member excused, the motion does carry. We'll move on to receipt or to our next item, which is old business. Legislation 015424. Mr. Scott, can you give a recap here?
Madam Chairman, the Budget and Finance Committee, you have proposed legislation for tracking number 0154-2 for date July 10, 2024. Maximum lane for resource and development of the Budget and Finance Committee accepting the second follow-up review of the hard rock chapter corrective action plan implementation and approving of the general Auditor General's recommend sanction pursuant to 12 NC section G7G. This legislation was motioned by Paul Arthur and seconded by Romana Azara. This legislation was read into the record in its entirety on August 20, 2024. This legislation was tabled on the exact same day in order for 2 months, in order for the sponsor to provide a hard rock chapter resolution that either supports or opposes the chapter fund to be used to finance a follow-up review by the Office of the Auditor General.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Members, by committee, is there a motion to consider legislation 0154 chapter CSC? Motion is to take the legislation off of the table. Motion was made by delegates, body, and also second by delegate Leslie Ozzie. Committee, there's a motion and a second to take legislation 015424 off of the table. Any questions? Hearing none, delegate Norman Day, how do you vote? Delegate Norman Day votes green. Delegate Chairman Dodd. Delegate Chairman Dodd votes green. Chairwoman Amber Smith, the party votes green. Delegate Leslie Ozzie. Delegate Leslie Ozzie votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Taylor is excused, myself not voting, the motion does carry. The legislation is brought off the table and before the Budget and Finance Committee again. The main motion on the legislation 015424 is held by Delegate Vice Chairman Carl Slater and second by Delegate Lamar Azareth. And I just want to get clarification on the record. Mr. Tahi, the second is still good, even though Delegate Lamar Azareth is no longer. Okay, just for the record, the second is okay. Okay. So we do have a motion and a second on the legislation. Members of the committee, Mr. Tahi, could you clarify why there was a tabling motion?
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, yes, I did did clarify that this legislation was tabled for 2 months as the sponsor was provided a hard rock chapter resolution, whether either to support or oppose using chapter funds to finance a follow-up review by the Office of the Auditor General. I reached out to Delegate Jermaine Simonson regarding this legislation, as well as the Office of Auditor General, to get how much it's going to cost in order for the hard rock chapter to utilize their own funds and to do a second follow-up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tahi. Did you get a response to that request? Or did you get a response to your request to ask how much it would cost?
Yes.
Okay. Members of the committee, before we go into more details from the sponsor, we'll cover some of the technical, like what Mr. Tahi requested, the cost, and then we'll go to the sponsor. Mr. Tahi, do you have that information available for the committee?
The Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, I will look forward to an email really quick and I will send it to you guys.
Let's see. Oh, it's not on. Okay. Okay, so while Mr. Tahi is looking through the, his email for that information, members of the committee, would you all like to give the sponsor some time to respond to the request you want? Just for, okay. Go over to Delegate Jermaine, Vice Chairwoman Vice Chairwoman is Jermaine Simonson.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman of the committee, Delegate Parrish, as well as good morning to all delegates on the committee, Delegate Yazzie, Delegate Amber Knez Bakrati, Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, and Delegate Norman Begay. Good morning. Also, I just want to also send my condolences to our vice chair and his family, the Kiani people of Round Rock who lost a loved one, and also a loss for the nation as well. So I just want to send the condolences out to the family as well as the communities out there, as well as to Dene College, as they've lost a leader. So I just want to say that this morning. I also want to acknowledge Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie and I might be her first day on Budget and Finance Committee. So I know she is very excited about this and was looking forward to serving on the committee. So just want to say also happy 2025 and thank you again for bringing this up before the committee. We were here a couple of months ago and we were given a directive. Honorable delegates on the Budget and Finance Committee, I also want to acknowledge, I did see Mr. Jay Begay here, if you could stand up from the back. He is the current chapter president for Hard Rock. He's also we don't have a chapter president at this time, so but he will be he is serving here the last few days, I believe, up to tomorrow with Chinle Agency. That's their inauguration tomorrow. So just want to acknowledge our chapter officials and thank them for all the work that they've done. But we have this, as you've seen and read, this corrective action plan has been ongoing for many years. And I believe it started in the report saying it started somewhere back in 2020. And due to COVID and other issues, we've come this far. We've gone through 2 reviews. And also you've heard some of the challenges that the chapter has gone through in terms of not being fully staffed. Today also just having my conversation with our auditors that Hard Rock chapter was one of the last, I believe is the last chapter that signed on for the MIP system. So it's fairly, still probably fairly new to our chapter. I remember working at the chapter house when we were on QuickBooks. That was our chapter was on QuickBooks for many years. And I thought it was working well. I remember there was a few years we were kind of like the model chapter because we did so well using QuickBooks and of course I hear all the different concerns with MIP and there's probably a lot of things we could talk about and cover, but just having that understanding that our chapter was one of the last ones that got onto MIP and probably still learning to navigate the system as well. So and those of you will find in some of our updates, the corrective action plan update from our Hard Rock chapter. They are continuing to look at these things and try to make improvements as they're going along. So I'll give some time to the 2 women to the right of me to add to any of my comments here if you allow that. But I feel like we could do one of 2 things and certainly I'd be happy to hear your recommendations as well. Is one, I'm asking not to sanction the chapter, but however way you provide the directive and how the chapter should be working with ASC and as well as the Auditor General and continuously making improvements. That could certainly be directive. 2, the chapter did provide a resolution in which the community approved a 3rd review and that the chapter would pay for it. So that resolution is intact. And the second option would be have come back for a third review. And that, I believe, and our Auditor General will expound on that, is that that would be probably, that will happen maybe in February. And then you'll have some results at the end of February, early March, possibly, and certainly you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. So those were the two options that I'm looking at. What I generally, well, what it looks to me like there's really four areas that still need help. But I believe in the chapter that they're making those improvements and, you know, trying to do things the right way. And so, and I'll go ahead and hand it over to our Auditor General if she'd like to add anything to this.
Thank you, Vice Chairman and Delegate Simonson for, we give the floor to the Auditor General. Members of the committee, do you have a copy of the chapter resolution? Is it, you know, did you email it? Does it have an email?
I have it here.
Okay, can we make a copy of the chapter resolution for the members of the committee? Thank you. We'll go to the Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Yate, I am Helen Brown. I'm currently the Acting Auditor General. Within the engineer, kabahan shong do na kadne bashish chain. That's a jenny that should cherry do touching that should none without a exponential. We're here today regarding Hard Rock, and I think there was a question about the costs of a third follow-up review. So when we had our meeting back in August 2024, on the 20th of August specifically, I was asked to write a letter to Hard Rock chapter to let them know what that cost would be. So I have that letter here. I shared that with Rodney. So that's the information that you were asking about. So what I did in my letter to the chapter was basically explain the audits that we have done to date for the chapter and the cost for each of those audits. So we did our initial audit, we did a follow-up, and then we did a second follow-up review. And so the second follow-up review costs about $15,900. That's at a rate of $50 per hour, which I think is a more, excuse me, a conservative rate. I'm sorry, excuse me, considering that rate is probably higher now in the current market, but that's the rate that we applied. And that's the information that I shared with the chapter at that time. And so as of last week, I don't know right now.
Mr.
Around
Mo-
most.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Okay, so we're getting the correct, chapter resolution.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Apologize. Sorry.
Did you get a copy of the Auditor General's letter?
The memo that's, Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, I did get the memo that, Ms. Helen Brown is referencing that was shared with the Hard Rock chapter, so that's the email that I sent out.
Okay, and Ms. Brown, the committee will be following her. Our computers, does anyone need a hard copy of the Auditor General? No. All right, we're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Helen Brown.
All right, thank you. So in the letter, as I stated, we indicated the costs of the audits, and I made sure that we sent copies to all the officials, as well as Delegate Simonson. We also sent a copy of our letter to ASC, Mr. Jaron Charlie, and Ms. Edgerton Jean. And of course, we sent one to the chair of this committee and the legislative advisor at the time. And so going fast forward, we didn't hear back from the chapter until last week. I did get a letter from the chapter dated January 3rd. They are requesting for us to come back to do a third follow-up review. And then I also was provided a copy of a corrective action plan update that was submitted to ASC office, and Ms. Jean was kind enough to forward me a copy of that. So that is basically a status report, I believe that was shared with ASC from the chapter. And they basically provided the current status of all of the remaining audit findings that still need to be resolved. And so when we issued our second follow-up report, we had indicated in there that there were 14 of 25 corrective measures that still had yet to be implemented. And because of that, there, I believe, was about, excuse me, I'm sorry, here in the report. 6 findings that still have yet to be resolved. So in the third follow-up review that we're gonna be doing, we'll be focusing on those 14 corrective measures. And we'll be looking at those 6 audit findings. And so my hope is that, with this next follow-up review, we can see that Hard Rock chapter has made, additional improvements. And so that, you know, we can, avoid sanction at that time. So that's my understanding from what, this committee had decided on back on August, was to, have us go back to do a third follow-up review. I was telling this, Delegate Simonson that we do have an auditor, that just wrapped up her project. And I went ahead and assigned her to this Hard Rock chapter third follow-up review, if that is what the committee would wish us to do. And so, she's ready to start on that by the end of the week. And since we are just gonna be focusing on the 14 corrective measures, I anticipate the audit to be completed, by the end of February. If we can get, full cooperation from the chapter and of course, assistance from ASC on that. So that's what I have to share with the committee at this time. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, and to Vice Chairman Simonson, does that conclude your update? Oh,
Thank you, Chair Parrish. And did you receive in your email the chapter resolution? I just sent it like 2 minutes ago. Okay, so that's the chapter resolution. Yes, okay. And I'll, Chair Parrish, I'm going to ask the chapter CSC if she'd like to add anything. Okay,
I can,
yeah, you have a mic, so it should be good.
okay, good morning. Thank you for giving us this chance to respond. I apologize for my voice. I've been ill.
You need water, Raven?
No, I'm okay. I got coffee. Basically, we've been working on this corrective action plan since 2018, I believe is when it was first introduced, and there was quite a lot of issues that we addressed over the years, even with COVID coming up, and I'm quite confident we fixed all of them. So we are looking forward to the third audit, and as you see in the resolution, the people did approve the third audit and that the chapter is willing to pay for it based off of the information we got from the Auditor General. So that's all I have. I'm confident we'll be able to get through the third audit. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Parrish and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and we stand for questions if you have any. Thank you.
And I think you shut Vice Chairman, and the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, if you have any questions to legislation. Delegate Norman Gay.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. So, question, Dr. Box, a little bit. When a committee or chapters getting out of, one of my communities getting out of, all they needed was MIP, and they got that, and they should be out of sanction. Did about 2 rounds of it, but back pay, previous, this has been going on for 3 terms of back dating back to 28 or 9, somewhere there. So, some of the officials are not there no longer, and they had, how does that work and who gets these benefits Because the committee is asking the questions. I don't have an answer for them. Also, the blackboard. Okay.
Thank you. We'll go back to Lawson.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. I think, Delegate, Begay, are you asking, when you say back pay, the Hashi, peso, Ija, again, not itlahi, Asia,
Now, the 10%. I think is that, the question of
okay.
Thank you, Delegate Begay and members of the committee. First, I want to comment on the MIP systems. MIP is a fund accounting software. It's a tool that chapters are able to use. Contrary to what maybe some chapters may think, when you implement MIP, it does not automatically remove sanction or, you know, your everything is good. You have to learn how to use that tool. You have to learn it, you have to understand it, you consistently use it to become proficient. And so that's what I try to remind the chapters, my auditors remind the chapters of when we do audits, that this is the tool that you need to learn how to use. Some chapters can easily adapt to it and learn it, others they struggle, it can be challenging at times. So that's where the technical assistance is needed. And so before I answer the other question for Mr. Begay, I did notice in the report for Hard Rock, that's where their fixed assets is an issue. And one of the things that they proposed to do was purchase a fixed assets module for the MIP system. And so back in when we did our second follow-up review, and this report was issued in March 2024, they had indicated to us that they were going to plan to purchase the fixed assets module, and they're going to ask ASC to come in and install that module for them. And hopefully with the installation, they would also do the training or the technical assistance. So that was the plan. That was the chapter's response to us when we looked at this issue at that time. Fast forward from this CAP update that was provided by the CSC to ASC, which is dated January 3rd, 2025. This is almost a year from the time that we did a second follow-up. I noted in here that the chapter indicated that they did purchase the module, but it still has yet to be installed. It still has not been addressed by ASC. At least that was the chapter's expectation, was for ASC to come in and install that. So I'm disappointed to see that update, but we can address it further when we do the third follow-up review. But I was telling Delegate Simonson that when we talk about reporting of fixed assets, it doesn't necessarily require the module. There is a way in the system to report those fixed assets using like a journal entry. And so we want to be able to see the report of fixed assets in the balance sheet. And we want to make sure that whatever is reported can be supported with documentation. And so that's the issue there. And we can work with the CSC when we go back out there. But I think it's concerning that, you know, when we reported this back in March of 2024, that module, which is not cheap. I'm not sure what the chapter spent on it, probably a couple $1,000. It still hasn't been installed. And so if it's not installed, the chapter can't benefit from it with their MIP system. So I just want to point that out. But again, MIP is a tool. So any chapter that we work with, that's where we try to stress that to them. As for Delegate Begay's second question about the sanction withholdings, those funds are withheld through the Office of the Controller. We work with them. And those funds will be returned once the chapter is out of sanction. And so typically once we get that report, I will send a memo to the controller attached with the report indicating that the sanctions have been lifted. So please thereby release all of those funds that have been withheld. And so that's how it works. At this time, those monies don't lapse. There's just still withholding, even though the officials may have are no longer officials at this time, but they will be paid, through the current administration and the current, elected officials. That's how, those funds will be returned to those elected officials. I hope I answered your question, Delegate Begay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We'll go back to Delegate Begay.
Yes, thank you. The question was, yeah, you answered most of it. The seed segregation, who gets that part of that money and like, part of the officials that are no longer here with us? Where does that money go
What,
Okay.
what?
if they're deceased?
Oh,
Ms. Brown.
okay, thank you again, Mr. Begay and members of the committee. My understanding is that it would go to the estate of that individual. I leave that up to the family. We've had a case like that before. And so, I was working with Office of Legislative Counsel at the time. But, I referred to the family to that it would likely go to that individual's estate and whatever that, directs them to do with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Members of the committee, are there more questions? Should I share what everything is regarding?
Major, because of the challenges that this committee has discussed regarding all of the chapter, corrective action plans, I'm gonna request when we, set up our special meetings and sessions, that we have, in-depth conversation with the Auditor General and her office to go over policies and procedures. For a few years, the committee has asked the Auditor General to develop or bring forward recommendations. I think this is a good time, especially identifying how much per hour or the cost to the nation. And there's conversations about chapter reform. So we would need to make sure that the chapters have the support that they need when getting an allocation, or are there better options rather than each chapter administering their funds? If there, maybe then there's a chance to regionalize at least the financial aspect of the chapter's funding, so that they could develop a checks and balance system and that they're updated with their policies and procedures. Because we'll need ASC's involvement, because the council provides funding to ASC to provide this assistance to the chapter, so we'll need to get their involvement. Because I'm not sure how these chapters are struggling if we have ASC who is there to provide this technical assistance. So, this reflects, I know the chapter has gone through a series of different personnel and leadership, but, ASC, there should be constant, policies and procedures. And then at what time, beyond just how long does the nation wait to take action if, they don't have the personnel that they need? But I think we should have that conversation too, if they have like a temporary, CSC, AMS. We really need to make sure that the funding is protected, and we could talk with the controller about, the benefits of implementing different controls. Because at MIT, because this also has an interesting history, and it comes at a premium cost. And so we've made, that individual like a multi-millionaire, but we're still seeing challenges when it comes to accounting. Because the goal is to get this funding out at a community level. So, I think that's where we're gonna reexamine, how do we meet that goal? And I think that has to be a leadership team, inviting the council and, their discussion, because as a delegate, I am not involved with chapter financing. I get the report just like anybody else who hears a chapter meeting. And so I think we'll have to work with the Auditor General what that looks like. And in terms of the station, looking at the appropriation law, in terms of, is the station working? When I came on board, I had a chapter that was sanctioned, 12 years. And working with the Auditor General's office, we got that into compliance, but I thought that, withholding their money didn't make it better. So there has to be a better way, because think of all the administrative cost it takes to withhold money, like today's discussion. And so what can we do to maximize our time? And, you know, this overall, this auditor general back and forth, this is $100,000. And so when I think of $100,000, that could be, you know, a vehicle, that could be school clothing, those could be scholarships. And these are considerations that we have to take, so I'm gonna just request that meeting to have that in-depth conversation, so we dive in. And that could be part of our appropriation amendments, if we want that to be part of the law. So no questions to the sponsor or the agent, but overall, when we're scheduling out our calendar year, that we take this into consideration. Thank you, colleagues.
Yeah, I think the gentleman ever has the right. Just looking at your comments and the points that you're raising, I believe that we can have a leadership meeting focused on, again, related to the comprehensive budget, this impacts how the committee looks at recommendations from the Resource and Development Committee in regards to chapters. So we do take into consideration of INFs for ASCs, but also we're expecting a CIP. So I think this goes hand in hand with our conversation with the Research and Development Committee. But I do believe that we need some designated time between the committee and the Office of the Auditor General to take a look at how we can assist you as overseers to improve your services to the nation, and then take a look at maybe how that breaks down for the cost of audits to the chapters and how to be respect that boundary between LGA certified chapters and the cost that we as a Navajo Nation are fronting at the end of the day. So Chairwoman Everett Karate, when we go to the scheduling items, I know we've had discussions in our committee about how we need to address items like the 5-year PTF plan and also the CIC. So then we get to that scheduling item at the end of the agenda, I'm jotting down some of the items that we need to cover in the leadership meeting in a work session, which includes the discussion about chapter BIM or what that budgeting for the chapters look like. So this could definitely be a part of that conversation. Thank you, Joan.
And I want to apologize to our acting auditor general. Her office is also identified as an advisor to Budget and Finance Committee. And so when we do have our conversations, she does provide some historical background of different programs in their audit. So I wanted to recognize your office and thank you for that work.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Members of the committee, are there more questions to the legislation? Delegate Shirley Kelsey.
Thank you for this legislation. I do have a question to our Auditor General. I'm wondering how the ASC works with your office to help with technical assistance for the chapters. I mean, how does that work? My question would be.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Yazzie, for that question, and of course, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We work with ASC closely. You know, there's several different regions that, and each region oversees a number of chapters. When it comes to audits, we involve them in all of our meetings. We do invite them. We don't mandate that they should be there. We know that they have busy schedules and stuff, so, but we do send them memos and letters. We always copy them on there. We do let them know when we're gonna have these audit meetings and when the auditors are gonna be in the field at these chapters so that they're involved. They come in handy when the chapters have limited staffing, so that's one of the main challenges that we face as the auditors is some of these chapters don't have full staffing. There's usually just a CSC, or there might just be an AMS, and then for the certified chapters, it's not such a big issue. They're always good about keeping full staff. It's the non-certified that are struggling, and so when the staff are limited, ASC comes in and they'll help those staff pulling records, providing clarification on things that chapters doing. Usually from their perspective, We also asked ASC, if they have any particular concerns, about those chapters that we're gonna audit. Maybe they have some information they wanna share with us and things they want us to look at. From their standpoint, what needs to be improved upon, so we do include them as part of our audit planning, we communicate with them on a regular basis. When it comes to the cap, we want them to help the chapters with the implementation, if the chapters need their help. So, from our standpoint and from what we typically hear, AFC, they're good about, having good working relationships with the non-certified chapters. But we always hear that when they try to work with the certified chapters, they get some pushback. Because the certified chapters always feel like, they're on their own, they don't need to be reporting to anybody when they're off, and stuff like that, so. ASC is always telling us that they get pushed back, but, at the end of the day, ASC is there to assist both certified and non-certified chapters, that's the way we see it from our office, so we still continue to insist that they're there to assist certified chapters as well. And so, that's the working relationship that we have with ASC. We do rely on them a lot, with our audit matters. I hope that answers your question, Delegate Yazzie. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helen Brown and the Delegate Chair Rossi. Those are great questions that we can continue to ask for ASCs. We don't usually have only when the ASC region, it's usually when we have like a direct assessment, but I'll be honest, we haven't had a sit down conversation with the ASC office about how we can better, and this goes back to budgeting, what is your capacity, like how can we improve those? And then we look at vacancies, so some of the other reports we'll receive today is about the vacancies, the controller can also point out, the differences between FY 24 budget and FY 25, what the revenues is, so just an additional information. But do you have any follow-up questions?
Yeah, so would that be included into our leadership meeting? Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Awesome. Members of the committee, are there more questions for legislation? I have a question. Should the chair want to present the card?
Yes, thank you. I just want to echo what our legislative council provided, Ms. Lau. Can I say that right? Low. Is, since this was tabled, if the committee, because the chapter hasn't received a third visit. So the technical aspect is if the committee tables, the legislation dies because of two tabling motions at the committee level. Or if you want to go to an up or down vote, then it's determined if this resolution is approved or denied, and it, would fail or be approved. So I just wanted to get your guidance in speaking with the sponsor. I had asked the question if there could be a withdrawal of the legislation, and so I'm not sure if that's been considered. But if Ms. Lowell can provide guidance if a withdrawal can happen, or do we need to take action as a committee? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. We'll give the floor over to Ms. Lowell.
Thank you, Chair. So Delegate Pride correctly articulated the standard that, the committee, options, so you have it off the table, so you have to take action on it, so the, legislation is properly in front of the Budget and Finance Committee, so you have to vote it up, which would include the sanction, vote it down, which would not impose the sanction, or you can table it again, which means that you're not voting on the substance of the legislation. But at this point, as you know, it's Rule 18 in your standing committee rules of order, provides legislation. I'll read it exactly. Legislation or issue which has been tabled twice shall be deemed permanently eliminated from the agenda of the committee. So what we say is the legislation dies. That means you cannot take any further action on it, and that's fine. That just means that you can't monitor the third auditor general review in this legislation. So another legislation would be introduced where you would follow up on the third reviewed by the Office of the Auditor General, Chair Delegate Prime.
So after the third review, we could ask for a report. If it does, you guys can do it, but she can continue with the legislation and then not that.
Do we want to table or whatever?
Kids will just still have another shot at it.
No, if it's table, but fail, argument is that.
It's legislation.
Yeah, just go.
But then she can introduce some new legislation. I'll just put you and I guys into the audience.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lowell, for giving the options to the committee. I'll go to the Auditor General for advice to the committee and then we'll to the sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I just want to clarify that, if the committee chooses to vote down our recommendation for sanction, as I had explained to Delegate Simonson, that, basically that means our audit obligation ends at that time. So, we won't be going back for any other audits, unless there's a new audit requested at some point down the road for Hard Rock. And so basically, for any unfinished, areas of the audit report, then, my understanding would be is that the chapter is assuming the risks that come with those audits, findings that were not fully resolved. I do want to share that, there was, the prior Budget and Finance Committee, I don't know if it was the 24th council or the 23rd, what they had done for one particular, chapter was that they approved the sanction, but they delayed the imposing of the sanction until another review was done. So, you can approve the sanction and then say it won't go into effect until like 2 or 3 months down the road until we do the third follow-up review. And then if that follow-up review indicates that the chapter still not has addressed the audit findings, then at that point, then the sanctions would go into effect. So that's one option that I can recall happening from the past, that I just wanted to share with the committee. But again, if the recommendation is voted down, then we're pretty much done with Hard Rock. But I would hopefully encourage the chapter to continue working with ASC to finish up the remaining corrective action plan. Thank you, Chair.
So, do an amendment.
Yeah.
To delay the, what would you say on yours?
Thank you, Ms. Helen Brown. I'll go with one of the Ms. Lowell.
Thank you, Chair. So for Auditor General Brown's suggestion, we could do an amendment, we could delay the imposition of the sanction. I'm thinking out loud, so we would delay the imposition, so say you expect the third follow-up to be done at the end of February. So say we do the sanction, okay, beginning of May. It would automatic, so there would be no more budget and finance committee action at that point. It would automatically go into effect. And then however, if the chapter meets all of its obligations in the third review, then it wouldn't be implemented. And then we would do an amendment to the effective date, and then we would also do, I guess I would do it as a directive to the Office of the Controller. And then I would also do an amendment to include the chapter resolution as an amendment to the resolution, as long as Auditor General's office is okay with it. Just memorializing that the chapter has agreed to subsidize the cost of the third follow-up review. So that's the amendment that I'm thinking is needed at this time, Chair.
Thank you to our advisors at the Office of the Auditor General, also the Office of Legislative Counsel. I'll go back to the committee of further discussion or questions, or if you'd like to direct to the Office of Legislative Counsel for any amendment. I'll go to Sheriff Chairwoman Representative Carter.
Thank you, Shadeja. So I would motion the amendment if our Office of Legislative Counsel can draft the amendment. I do want to thank Ms. Brown for remembering the action, and that was on the 24th budget and finance. I'm trying to look for the resolution, but I can't remember the name of the chapter. So I think, colleagues, that was the solution that we made at council with the existing laws. That it gave the chapter 1 month's chance, and if they didn't meet that deadline, then they would go into sanction, and so it really relies on, the chapter implementing, their audit findings, and so that they're not sanctioned. So I'd like to make that amendment, and I just need to know how much time our legislative council would need before that amendment is ready. Thank you.
Chair, probably about 20 minutes. Maybe 15.
Do you remember what chapter that was?
I'm trying to remember.
Okay, I'll go back to you. Yes.
Okay, so Office of Legislative Council would need about 20 minutes, the chairman of the Representative Party. To make the,
What can we do?
would you like to go back to the sponsor?
Well, can we hear a report while they work on it and we come back to this item? Can we move it to?
We can, well.
I don't think so. You're not trying, I don't think so.
Unless we table it, so.
I think we're gonna do 10 minutes.
Recess.
Yeah.
Recess.
I'll try to do.
Go back in 10 minutes. Members of the committee, there is no opposition, no recess for 10 minutes, and come back for, an update to the Office of Legislative Council. We'll come back at 12:05.
Ron, can you
Presentation this afternoon, it is 12:16, and we will reconvene, all just for attendance and quorum verification. Delegate Norman Indigate.
Here.
Delegate Norman Indigate is present, Delegate Sherilyn Nazi. Here. Delegate Sherilyn Nazi is present, Delegate, Chairwoman Edward Smith.
I'm present.
Chairwoman Edward Smith, present, Delegate Lester Yasi.
I'm present, yes.
Delegate Lester Yasi is present, and I am also present. This is Delegate Shani Parrish. So we do have a quorum, and we recessed, about 15 or 20 minutes ago or so for an, there's a motion on the floor, for an amendment, and the Office of Legislative Counsel and our advisor work together to verify that the proposed amendment is, correct. Great, we'll read the amendment into the record. Mr. Taki?
Madam Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0154-24. The amendment reads as follows. Amendment to legislation number 0154-241. Page 3, line 7, insert new section 4 as follows. Section 4, third follow-up review. A, the Office of the Auditor General shall conduct a third follow-up review to Hard Rock chapter to determine if the chapter has implemented its corrective action plan. B, the chapter has passed resolution HRC 2024/09-05, attached to exhibit C, agreeing to subsidize the cost of the Office of the Auditor General for the third follow-up review. 2, page 3, line 8, make the additions and deletions as indicated below. Strike through promptly. Capitalize U, upon the effective date of this action, the controller shall make immediate steps as necessary and appropriate to implement the sanctions upon the Hard Rock chapter as set forth therein, and shall provide a written notification to the Auditor General regarding this such steps taken. 12 NC sections 9B. 3, page 3, line 17 through 19, make the additions and deletions in section 5 effective date as indicated below. This action shall become effective strike through pursuant to 2 NC sections 221C, 12 NC section 6A, and 12 NC section 7D, finish strike through _ on July 7th, 2025, if Hard Rock chapter has not implemented its corrective action plan pursuant to the third follow-up. 4, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits accordingly necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or the language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with the notice that to the sponsor of the legislation is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Madam Chairman, members of the Budget Finance Committee, that is amendment number 1 read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Taki. Chairman Edward Nestor Cardy, is this the committee you'd like to offer?
Yeah.
Chairman Edward Nestor Cardy pulls the motion for amendment number 1. Colleagues, is there a second to the motion? Second by Delegate Norman Indigate. Members of the committee, are there any questions to amendment number 1? Second call for questions. Okay, hearing none at this time, we'll do a roll call vote on amendment number 1. Delegate Norman Indigate votes green. Delegate Sherilyn Nazi. Green. Delegate Sherilyn Nazi votes green. Chairwoman Edward Nestor Cardy. Green. Chairwoman Edward Nestor Cardy votes green, and Delegate Lester Yasi. Delegate Lester Yasi votes green. We have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 member excused, myself not voting. Amendment 1 does carry to the legislation. Members of the committee, are there any more questions on the legislation? Second call for questions. Okay, hearing none at this time. Members of the committee, do you all, is there anybody that would like a second reading of the legislation with that? Heather, Joe, favor?
Okay, never mind, it's an accident.
Would anyone like a second reading of the legislation? No. Hearing none from the committee? No second reading? So this was an accident. Okay, we'll go to roll call on, legislation 015424 with 1 amendment from the Budget and Finance Committee. Delegate Norman Indigate, how do you vote? Delegate Norman Indigate votes green. Delegate Sherilyn Nazi, how do you vote?
Delegate Shirley on, you're on the vote screen, Shedid Chairwoman Amber Vanessa McCarthy, vote on the big red one green face. Chairwoman Amber Vanessa McCarthy, vote screen, and Delegate Lester Johnson, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Johnson, vote screen. We do have 4 members in favor, myself not voting, 1 member excused, the motion does carry. The Budget and Finance Committee does pass legislation 15424 with the recommendation from the Office of the Auditor General with 1 amendment. Thank you, Delegate Simonson, for your legislation. Would you like to offer any closing comments?
Thank you, Chair Parrish, and thank you to Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you for your time and thank you for your amendment. And I also appreciate Ms. Helen Brown for being here, as well as our ASC Edgar Tijine and our chapters. And we will work on those improvements and get our job done here within the next few months. But I also appreciate that you are going to take a look at this a little bit further for the chapters, as I was chatting with Controller McCabe here, that we've established 110 little businesses all across the Navajo Nation, and some probably are business savvy and others are not, and it is difficult to do business out there and to learn, all the systems and the responsibilities. So I appreciate all those that are really trying, and I appreciate the conversation that you say we say we're going to have in terms of getting ASC to really provide that technical support, as well as having the Auditor General involved. And I think it's just a matter of a chapter, and I know the communication goes both ways, but it's a matter of chapters asking for that technical assistance, asking for the help that is needed. And I'm going right now with another chapter. I'm dealing with a contract that has gone wrong, where the chapter didn't ask for the help, it appears. And now we're in some trouble. So, how do we convey and also, and tell the chapters and remind them that there is technical assistance, you can ask for help. What the chapter's response on that is, I don't know, whether they do ask for the help and whether they do get it. So I think those areas really do need to be looked at, and I'm sure everyone all across the board can make those improvements and do better. So thank you again for your time. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Shedid, Vice Chairwoman, for your time today. Thank you for your general, telling now for your time today.
Thank you.
$50 an hour.
How much?
Consider that.
What's that bill look like right now?
Okay. We're now on receiving the report. You have Controller Sean McCabe and we do have Speaker Dominic Udall. For those listening online, to give you a view of where we're at, we are beginning the receiving reports. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 reports today and 1 item of new business. So we will begin our reports from the Division of Human Resources, the Office of the Controller, and the Judicial Branch on the Personal Lapse Fund for, as it relates to fiscal year 2025, general wage adjustment funds for the general funded programs. Our presenters today are Mr. Sean McCabe, the Controller of the Navajo Nation, Mr. Robert Williams, the Deputy Controller of the Navajo Nation, also Mr. Stephen Toddy. I didn't see Miss Toddy here, she's here. She's the Acting Division Director of the Division of Human Resources. And we have Sharon Lehman from the Judicial Branch, who's representing who is the Director of Human Resources. So we can call up Mr. Stephen Toddy and also
Yes.
Did you want to get to really?
Yeah.
Okay, we also need to restore, the shoot.
This way, I can speak.
Well, maybe not. The reports were emailed by Mr. Toppy today. So members of the committee, I'll give sometimes to Mr. Toppy.
Yes.
And it is in our emails, we can send you that, and it's labeled as the reports, well, I don't know. And for those that are listening online, this report is to identify the differences that occurred in the general wage adjustment as related to the continuing resolution. And also where we are currently at in our planning expenditure for the general wage adjustment. Yes, we do have reports emailed, Mr.
Yes.
Tani, what time were those emailed out?
Madam Chairman, of the Budget Finance Committee, the first report is from the Judiciary Branch. This email was sent on 9:24 AM this morning, and I did indicate that C report for receiving reports item A. The next report was emailed out on 9:50 AM and is receiving reports for item C. The next report that was emailed out was at 9:56 AM. Receiving reports for item B. Those are the only three, Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee that have been sent to me electronically and I have emailed out.
Okay, let me check with the Division of Human Resources and the Office of the Controller to see if we have a written report available for the committee for the judicial branch. Already sent the third report. Controller David, Ms. Todd.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, members of the committee. I believe this was a follow, or at least addressing the report that's been deferred 2 or 3 times now. And I think Ms. Toddy has that memo ready to discuss. Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Todd, do you have the updates to your memo?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Parrish. I do not have an updated report. I'm still sticking with my memo, dated December 2nd, 2024. Thank you.
Ms. Todd, could you call out your staff to send that memo back up to the committee once more? December 2nd, there's a memorandum. I look at my email for it. Or we can make a hard copy. The Division of Human Resources, all that's to, Ms. Malachi or to Mr. Tommy.
I'm sending the demo to Ms. Nakai.
You guys have a copy of that now? Which I don't know, so, you know, to the committee.
I think so.
Yeah, and Mr. Tommy doesn't have a copy. Ms. Malachi would have had the last copy. Sorry.
Okay.
I know we brought hard copies last time. We had like all the copies.
From Division of Administration.
Madam Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, the memo dated December 2nd, 2024, and is the subject called FY 2025 4% General Wage Adjustment General Fund Program. Yes, I will email it.
You send them? Thank you. Okay.
The day today. Okay, members of the committee, Mr. Chong is setting out that memo from the Division of Human Resources. And today's discussion will be with the HR departments from the 3 divisions, so we do have representation from all 3 divisions here, and then the Office of the Controller will all be support to the discussion today. So Mr. Sudotati, could you review the report once more and any update that you might have, and then we'll go to the Commissioner Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The memo was dated December 2nd. It was regarding the FY 25 4% general wage adjustment for all the general fund programs. And the memo that I sent indicates that we were sending a summarized report by branch regarding the costs for the FY 25 4% GWA. And at the time, we were requested to also forward a copy of the reports to OMB and the Office of the Controller, which was provided to them. And the summary of the costs for the FY 25 4% GWA at 50%, which is based on the continuing resolution. For the executive branch, the base cost for the GWA at 4% at 50% was $1,246,530.64. The fringe amount was $465,329.45. A total amount for the GWA for the executive branch was at $1,711,860.09. The executive branch, the base cost was at $132,520.14. The GWA, or I'm sorry, the fringe amount was $51,183.59. The total cost for the GWA for legislative was at $183,703.73. The cost for the GWA for the judicial branch is, or was at the time, $238,300.50. The fringe amount was $96,291. The total cost was at $334,591.50. So the overall cost for the GWA was at $1 million. This is the base amount, $1,617,351.28. The fringe amount was at $612,804.04. The combined total for the GWA was $2,230,155.32. So we did have a report attached to it, a summarized report for the executive branch by division. We also had the legislative branch and their costs. And since we generated this report, we did not have a report from the judicial branch attached. However, they did provide us with their calculations. And this was when we were looking at the general wage adjustment projections for all three branches. And since they have their own personnel office, they did provide us numbers. For the 4% GWA for 182 employees, their calculation was at 381,990. Their fringe amount is at 142,500. The print is really small, and 597. And the total for that cost was at 524,587. For 21 judges, the cost for the 4% GWA was at 77,952. Their fringe amount was at 43,365, with an overall total of 121,317. So for the overall cost for the base and the fringe amount was at 645,904. So when we were looking at the amounts, and I did meet with Ms. Tom and Nanette Francisco from OMB to compare the numbers at the time. And the concern was how much was the projection, overall projection for the judicial branch. And at the time, the amount was at 669,183. So half of that is what was in the memo that I just read, which is at $334,591.50. So that's my report, and there's no changes to the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toddy. We'll go over to statement with the judicial branch. If you'd like to add any comments to the report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Siya Sharon Damon Yinxia. But me Shlen on as a touching you buses chi. Siya Ashini and Chanela Tena Bithni. So good morning and Madam Chair, I'm happy to see that Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie is on your committee now, but she will be greatly missed at LLC. She was a strong voice for the LLC committee, so pleasant surprise this morning. Happy New Year to everyone. And for those that aren't feeling well like myself, we report to work because it's really important to get our voice heard before the oversight committees. So there's a disconnect, Madam Chair and members of the committee, because when the budgets are being put together, DPM, OOC, OMB, they do their preliminary discussions, and then at the 11th hour, I will get a request for do your GWA projections by 5 p.m. today. And I'll get the email late morning, early afternoon. So we rush around and get it done, and then that's the snapshot for that time. Meanwhile, we're getting positions filled, we're providing step increases because we're on point with our evaluations. They're due every year, and our branch is very good about responding to that deadline. So those who have step increases, so we need to have constant discussions, and because we always talk about the budget being like a living document and moving forward up and down changes, we need to have continual discussions, and judicial branch is not included. So we're the redheaded stepchild, and we heard at the last meeting that judicial branch didn't provide them, but yes, we did. And it's at, like I said, it's at the 11th hour. So we went through line by line by line, and it was calculated in the budget resolution, continuing resolution, that we have 200 positions. However, and this happened the year before, we have 203 positions. And so they're not counted. And we need to have constant discussions, and we're kind of at the whim of DPM, even though we have our own office. We have to ask for position numbers from them. We have to ask for HRIS. We're subject to that. So we need to have more interaction all through the year, especially at the beginning when they're all meeting. My director, Mr. Benny Francisco, and our finance director, because we have our own finance department, they need to be at the table talking and our discussions. I mean, again, 3 positions, one of the judges couldn't have been counted, which are high salary positions. Therefore, this is what happened. We were counted at 334,000 for a total GWA need, when in fact, in my report, the actual need is 347,514. So we're short in the continuing resolution, the first 6 months, $12,923, which will double in the second. So overall, we're about $25,000 short for GWA. And it'll be even greater because we plan to fill positions. We're working with our packet, which will eventually come to budget and finance, to recruit retired judges, because we're having really hard time filling judge positions. So we're working with our PAC. We're gonna ask council for a tiny amendment in Title VII so that we can bring back retired judges, and those will be filled. So, Madam Chair, our need is, right now, it's $12,923 that we need an additional funding to meet the GWA, 4% GWA need. And our request is also that we be involved continuously as part of the discussions overall. And as the oversight committee, I would humbly ask that you direct your subordinates, the OOC, OMB, to work with judicial branch directly from the get-go. Madam Chair?
Thank you, Stephen, and also Ms. Toddy, for your reports today to the Budget and Finance Committee. The Office of the Controller is just here for additional support to verify numbers, so I know the controller has always made that a point. So if who all could give the numbers, your reports, or I'm sure the controller has your digital report, but Rob or Controller McKay, could you look over the information? And does the Controller's Office have any additional comments to the report at this time? Otherwise, we can go to the committee for questions. Controller McKay?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have anything. I haven't seen that yet. So. Then I see it.
Okay. And then, Mr. Willie, do you have any comments at this time?
And no comments at this time. Thank you.
Office of Management and Budget, do you have anything to add?
Well, good.
Well, members of the committee and the panel at the table here before you, I could provide some additional information. I believe Ms. Toddy's memo and her prior explanation was that the data and the numbers and the amounts that were passed in the 24 budget were a good faith and best effort. Well, the amounts were the result of good faith and best effort information. So that's where those figures come from, as referred to in Ms. Tobin's memorandum. Now, the continuing resolution, you'll recall, is based on the 24 allocations. So that's where the 334,000 or so comes from. But judicial branch, like you're seeing in this case, that's why they're here before you. But in prior meetings with the BNF committee, the three of us, DPM, DHR, OOC, and OEB, we've reported to the BNF committee situations where, because we're now in the CR with fiscal year 25 budget numbers, amounts, rates, and schedules, and so on, it gets complicated. And that's why the CR budget resolution, you'll recall, has a paragraph in there that gives OOC and OMB the authority with due consideration and consultation with the involved parties, which in this case would involve DOJ as well as legislative where appropriate, to do an administrative fix. So by now, in the legislative and judicial branch, legislative branch and executive branch, we've done quite a bit of budget transfers, even budget reallocations, to address similar matters. Because you remember the continuing resolution says go back to the beginning of fiscal year 24, which was October of 2023. After that date, during the course of a normal year, there's step increases, promotions, and so on that occur. So that's the reason for having that particular paragraph in the continuing resolution. So as I said, using that paragraph, we've made a whole number of budget revisions for the executive and legislative branches. In some cases, a number of reallocations as well. Reallocations means from one business unit to another business unit. A regular budget transfer or regular budget transfer would be within a business unit. So that's one way to do what is being referred to as a fix, or would remedy the situation. And the last discussion I recall, and it was some time ago, with DPM, DHR, and OOC, as Ms. Toddy reported this morning, or today rather, is that she stands with her original figures as appropriated. Now, the administrative fix that I just spoke about, it doesn't authorize OOC or OMB, however, to get money from somewhere and fund it, which would be akin or similar to an outright appropriation. See, we have to operate within the fiscal year 24 budget levels at 50%. And in this case, it creates this bind, but it's not different, as I'm saying, because there's similar instances for the executive and legislative branches. For example, OMB, obviously familiar with our own budget. We had to do a budget transfer within our own budget. I don't remember the exact amount at the moment, but from 20 to 30,000, just to capture the salary increases that were incurred throughout the year. And our staff are getting paid that today. Now, again, the CR contains therefore that language, that particular paragraph, to deal with situations like that. Now, having said that, before the meeting today, knowing that this subject would come up, and however, OMB, you'll notice on this subject, we're not on the agenda. We're not a part necessarily of this discussion. But I was thinking about it and I asked my staff, well, remember the 23 GWA that was carried forward into 24 and therefore was picked up again in the 25 50% continuing resolution budget. Now, if you go back to 24, some of you may remember that the fund source for that is the personnel lapse. So the first purpose of that is for personnel related costs and expenses. But during the budget discussion back then, it was determined that not all programs, not all business units needed the amounts specifically or exclusively for personnel costs. So the language was added to allow those business units and programs to use it where they need it. It didn't have to be personnel, in other words. So therefore, this year, in October of the current fiscal year 25, the first 6 month continuing resolution budget, we ran all those numbers and allocated 50% to each business unit in all 3 branches. And we put it in the 7250 object code. That's the allocation clearing account. It's a holding account object code. And by memo, we informed all of the branches, divisions, and so forth that they have that balance to use wherever they need it. So in this case, as I said, getting back to before I came to the meeting, I asked my staff person who works with judicial, Nanette Francisco, has judicial used yet their 7250 allocations? And they haven't. It's still there. So per the current CR budget, they have about $400,000, a little bit over $400,000 available in 17 business units. So one option they have, the most logical one would be to use that fund. So they could do it two ways. One would be because there's 17 business units, there's a specific allocation for each of them. So the first one is Administrative Office of Reports. There's an allocation there, and presumably they have personnel amounts in there that are short. But they can use that fund to cover it. All the way up and down. Now, should there be cases where the allocation that's per business unit might be short because of personnel salary adjustments that were incurred during fiscal year 24? They can do reallocations administratively, working with our respective offices and with O&D. Now, before today, at least myself, speaking for OMB, we hadn't heard of any final resolution to this question, to this particular matter involving judicial. And that's why I'm bringing it to your attention now. So during your break a while ago, I chatted with Ms. Damon a little bit about it, and I believe she's in agreement that, okay, if everybody is in agreement that that can be done, then that's what they'll try to do. They would just have to do their worksheets for all of their affected personnel to determine which ones would be simple transfers by business units. And if any reallocations are required from one business unit to another business unit, then they would do those worksheets as well. That's one way it could be resolved. So in that case, you see, again, I'm saying this, it's what the other two branches have been doing. And by and large, they've done it by now, at least for the most part. Madam Chair, committee members, and everybody in the room at the table here, those are my additional remarks on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Real. We'll go back to the students, to the report.
Madam Chair, we do have that 400,000. However, in FY 24, we budgeted our vacant positions at 1566 hours. So now those are half. They're budgeted at 783. So we had to wait until we had enough personnel lapse, which we're going to start working on with all the business units. We're going to use that 720, 40 plus any personnel lapse to make up the difference, to make the positions whole. That's what we're using the money for. And then this will be an additional cost. And if there's not enough money from the 400,000 plus the personnel lapse, then we'll have to take from operating. The whole point that we would like to make from judicial branch is that we need to be in the discussions and not just be asking for reports at the very last minute when we have to rush around and we're unknowingly not aware that they're working on the budget. So the whole point of this matter is that the judicial branch needs to be in the discussions from the beginning and not just as an afterthought. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Stephen, thank you, Ms. Toddy, thank you, Mr. Donegal, also controlling the brief, and to that sentiment, the Budget and Finance Committee, this is the first time everyone is able to come to the table and have this discussion, so I think we're right on target for the FY20, the 25 discussions of the budget, so we're all here today, so thank you all for the report. We go to the committee for a motion to accept the report and a second, and then we'll go to questions. Oh, wait, I guess Controller Kate has a comment. We'll go to motion second. Controller Kate, do you want to ask the report?
Yes, thank you, Chair Parrish. I'll offer to work directly with judicial on this matter. Part of the report I'm gonna give in B, and I know I shared with the committee in a work session with the budget to actual numbers through December. I just confirmed with Mr. Biel that in the budget as entered into FMIS, which was a continuing resolution 6-month budget, it did include the 25 GWA in the budget. And just looking at the business units, on average, the judicial branch has spent about 32% of their allocation. And we're about 50% through the CR at this point. So there's still some money available in there. And as Dom said, I think we can move it around for their needs, but I would offer that I could work with them to do that. And that doesn't include the 7250 carry forward that, according to Dom, was the 2024 GWA amount. So there's still the available 2024 number in the 7250 accounts. Plus, like I said, roughly 32% of their overall, some are more than others, but roughly 30 to 35% of their 6-month CR allocation was spent through December. So we're 50% through that, and they're roughly 32% through their allocation. So as with many of the business units, they're kind of behind on the personnel. Now, I know that a lot of that is on vacant positions, but as Dom said, that money can be moved around. But I can work directly with judicial on that just to make sure we're not whatever flexibility is needed for them to move numbers around to cover what they're purporting as a shortfall on their report. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sean McCabe. To the judicial branch, for the record, who is the financial person at the judicial branch that is responsible for budget transfers?
Madam Chair, our acting fiscal director, Sandra Del Guy, is responsible for developing and her team developing those budget transfers, and then the Chief Justice, Mr. Francisco, reviews them, and then we forward them over to the Chief Justice.
Thank you, Ms. Damon. And do we have Sandra Delgado on the call?
Madam Chair, if I may, the HR department, our section does all the personnel work, so we work with the finance team. So I'll change my sentence to HR works on this, works with the finance team. We could get it over to Mr. Francisco and then to the Chief Justice.
Thank you, Ms. Damon, for explaining the judicial process. I think what we all experience is just a bottleneck of administrative procedure. So sometimes the finance person doesn't talk to OMB or doesn't talk to OOC. So I think it needs to break down in communication and just how we're moving forward in modernizing the processes, which include the ERP today. Shout out to everyone here at this table for your work at the ERP implementation with our IT. So members of the committee, is there a motion to accept the report? Motion by Chairwoman Amber Vanessa-Crotty. Do we have a second? Second by Delegate Lester Yazzie. I'll go to the committee for any questions. Chairwoman Amber Vanessa-Crotty.
Well, yeah, Shavisha, so what I'm trying to do is recall in this conversation, there's other issues now that are coming up. But for the general wage adjustment, for any of the branches, so this might be more of an OMB question, and I apologize, Mr. Biel, when I amended the agenda that looking at my notes and get it put down the Office of Management and Budget, so I apologize. What I need clarification is when you say fiscal year 25 GWA, so that's the 4%, and then it's at 50%, right? And then the next column is GWA fringe at 50%. So then the total GWA is the number. So when Mr. Biel says account number 7250, I would want to see what that looks like, and it could just be an email out. Because what we wanna do is making sure the branches are using the funding that's available. So I appreciate when Ms. Damon mentioned, I tried to write it down where you said you're looking at your personal lapse savings fund. So this is where my heart kind of pitter patters because that's an example of how programs have to use their personal lapse savings fund throughout the process to supplement. So I just need to make sure I wrote down this formula, judicial permanent personal lapse savings fund for first quarter. And then they're gonna add whatever's remaining in 7250, which is 400,000. And then what I heard from the state is that there's still an additional cost. I'm assuming that's the 12,000. So what I just want for my clarification is, let's be clear. And then the question would be to OMB, is this the trend? Then are we gonna see executive and legislative branch also go into their first quarter personal lapse savings fund to it's basically like their unmet need, right? So I think the CR is giving us a glimpse into how by quarter Navajo Nation is spending down their federal or their general funds. And there's some policy questions regarding how the personal lapse savings fund is used, although they have the authority to use it. It just looks like now it's supplementing, because if our goal is in kind of what we talk about when we talk about the retirement fund, is if our goal is to budget out 100% the salaries and higher, then there wouldn't be a personal lapse savings fund. And so we don't know at what time, hopefully with some policies with HR that we're hiring individuals, so we don't see this capacity issue. But that's where I'm really zoning in. And that might be more of a conversation with controller pulling out some of these scenarios on how much the programs are actually relying on their personal lapse savings fund when it comes to first quarter. Because we did see with salary, and there was another one, salary maybe fringe, that right now for the first quarter, it's only at 30%. So I'm assuming then that other 20, it should be at 50. So I think that's what the programs are depending on. And we should be looking at that, because that then goes back to how do we discuss funding vacancies in the future? How do we, you know, if the scale is gonna change, and it sounds like judicial is anticipating a pay scale change. Those are areas where we need flexibility, and maybe there's a system that we could get more data to do like data decision making, and that could reduce all of the budget transfers. Because we know that does impact OMB and doing all of these budget transfers, which we're also monitoring. So that would be my question just first, did I get that correctly? And then if controller can pull down from first quarter, how many programs, or maybe it's OMB, how many programs are transferring out and gonna utilize their first quarter personal lapse savings fund to supplement their second quarter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Shannon, for Mr. Todd, who is taking notes. Could you just note to request for reports? I know Controller McCabe has a next report on expenditure rates, but the committee is also requesting an evaluation of budget transfers from the personal lapse savings fund type in the departments and divisions and the branches across the nation, just to evaluate a trend. I know Controller McCabe does have some of that information when he presented to us last Friday, but he'll go more in depth about how those funds are being impacted. But I'll allow the controller to respond to that. Before we get to the controller, I'll go back to the statement to respond to Chairman Crowdy's direct question about the plan moving forward. And then go back to the controller, and if Mr. Viola would like to offer any comments on the statement.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, and Chair Karati, yes, you're correct. I did say that we will use personnel lapse, the 72050, and then this GWA funds to make our positions whole for the duration of the continuing resolution. Madam Chair?
Control again.
I'm gonna respectfully ask for the question to be repeated, because I walked in for a second.
Yeah. Right. Chairwoman Everton McCarty asked about the expenditure rates of the personal lot savings fund. So I know that you're gonna go and review that in your next report about the impacts and the expenditure rates that you're seeing across the board. And the impacts of this year.
I guess I'll do that, in the next report, item B. What I don't have though, is any transfers that had occurred. I can go over the overall expenditures to give us an idea and maybe get that information later.
And Mr. Pial, the question is, if the Office of Management and Budget can track any trends from the transfers from the allocations from the personal lot savings fund. I know that's pretty detailed, going through many business units, but do you have any responses to that question and request?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the committee. Responding to the discussion thus far. Delegate Ryan. As I explained a bit earlier. The Office of Management and Budget is the office that administers, manages, and implements all of the BRR's budget revision requests, which includes budget transfers and or reallocations. So, as I said earlier, particularly in the executive and legislative branches, most of those transfers have already been done. So we've done that, and we have a record of all of that. So at a subsequent meeting, we can provide a report on all of that. In the case of judicial, they haven't used it yet. That's why it's still there, it's still available. Madam Chair, that's my reply at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Pial, and then Mr. Tommey, we could just note that, and we're gonna focus on the impacts of this year, so this past fiscal year. Chairman, you're Mr. Cardi, do you have any follow-up question? No. Delegate, do you have any questions? Delegate. Chairman, delegate, love to have any questions? Further questions? Okay, no one has any more questions on GW. You have any questions? I'm gonna gavel over. Okay, I'm gonna gavel over to Chairman Isabel, right? Thank you. I chair informally. We have an invisible gavel, we just pass it around. But I do have a question, so. When we're taking a look at this year's comprehensive budget, and the impacts of the continuing resolution. It sounds like the judicial branch has a plan to move forward on, in the meantime. I'm glad that the numbers have come out and that we have calculations of what we're spending right now. Ms. Toddy, but this is not the expenditure rate, right? This is just the overall for the continuing resolution, how much everything's budgeted.
For the GWA.
For the GWA for this continuing resolution. Okay, so I feel, into the committee, I think that we have one variable that we've been wondering is what is the GWA impacts of the continuing resolution? So we can take this number and then in our next report, from Controller McCabe, we can subtract this. Well, first we would have to look at the expenditure rate and then subtract that from what we have left in the personal loss fund or part of the other fund type. So I guess I don't really have a question. I feel like this is what we've been chasing for quite some time, but I'm glad we have the information now. So. Yes, I don't have questions.
The magical gavel is back here.
I think I'm out of the Okay, I guess I just want to say thank you to Mr. Sudatati, Controller McCabe, Deputy Controller Willie, Mr. Jonathan Yall, Ms. Damon, the judicial branch and the executive branch, and also the legislative branch for continuing to make this a priority, and pushing this forward. I know we've been deferring this report for quite some time, but it's good to get everyone at the table before we have discussions on how to move the navigation's budget forward. So thank you all, and that's how, I guess, because we have the committee have no further questions, we'll go back to the committee for a final vote on the report. Delegate nominated Gay, how do you vote? Delegate Gay, vote screen. Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, vote screen. Chairwoman Amber Kness, McCarty, how do you vote?
Should they say, vote for you?
Chairwoman Amber Kness, McCarty, vote screen, and Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, I agree.
Delegate Lester Yazzie, vote screen. With that, we have 4 members voting in favor, 1 member excused myself not voting, the motion does carry. Thank you, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Ms. Toddy or students, you all have closing comments?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, I want to thank you for inviting the judicial branch to the table. Thank you very much. And I appreciate every time that we're allowed to be presenting, and that I hope this continues moving forward, Madam Chair, on behalf of Madam Chief Justice and my director, Mr. Benny Francisco, who's the administrative director of the courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time to provide our report and to clarify some information. And yes, it does become very difficult at times when we're looking at projections for the GWA. And hopefully we'll be able to get this resolved, and so that judicial branch can get the amount that they're requesting for, and that we continue to have an open dialogue and continuous communication with that branch. Thank you. Thank you to all the committee members also.
Thank you, Ms. Toddy. Okay. Next on the agenda, we're going to move on with our report. Our next report is the report from the office, or sorry. Report from the office of the controller and the division of human resources on the personal payroll shortfall funding and how the continuing resolution has impacted personal payroll positions. So I know we touched on this a little bit in the last report, but Controller McCabe has more data to present to the committee. So we'll have more over to the Office of the Controller and the Division of Human Resources, and thank you, Mr. Vial, for being with us this afternoon. Controller McCabe.
Thank you, Chair Parrish and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council Budget and Finance Committee. Right around just before 10, maybe about 9:45 or so, I emailed out a report to cover this part of it. And within that report, there's an exhibit. And I'll just briefly go through the report memorandum that I wrote to the committee describing what's in the exhibit. So it says the Navajo Nation Office of Control respectfully submits this memo, and the attached exhibit A is a decision-making tool for the committee. The information in exhibit A is as follows: general. Number 1, all numbers in exhibit A were obtained from the Navajo Nation official books of record within the FMIS system. 2, all amounts in exhibit A were verified by the Office of the Controller. 3, this report and exhibit A should be treated as confidential and for the committee's use only. And for the amounts in Exhibit A are expenditures for salaries, wages, and associated fringe benefits for the period October 1, 2024 through December 31st, 2024, which is the fiscal quarter 1 of fiscal year 2025. And then explanation of what's contained within Exhibit A, the first column in Exhibit A presents business units within the general fund. They are sorted by our assessment of when potential layoffs may occur based on the rate of expenditures for personnel. 2, the second column shows the dollar amount of the continuing resolution budget left to spend for the continuing resolution period through March 31st, 2025. If the committee recalls, the budget that the council approved a continuing resolution that would fund the government for 6 months, meaning quarter 1 and quarter 2. So the timeframe October 1, 2024 through March 30, 2025. And as I just reported in the last report, it was confirmed by Mr. Bial that when the budgets were entered into the FMIS system, so the amounts you're seeing in this column 2, or the amounts that we use to calculate how much was left to spend, the Office of Management and Budget entered in personnel costs that included the 2025 GWA, so they're in the budget numbers that we've been discussing. The last column, number 3, the last column represents the estimated an estimate of months left that each business unit can fund their personnel needs based on current expenditure rates. And 4, finally, the budgets used to calculate the above columns with a 6-month or 50% allocation in the continuing resolution to fund the government for the months of October through January or through March of fiscal year 2025. And so quite simply, the report that shows in Exhibit A shows all salaries, wages, fringe benefits, expenditures by business unit through the first quarter of fiscal year 2025. So basically through 50% of the 50% allocation through the CR. And I'll go through the exhibit here in a second, but basically our conclusion based on the information in Exhibit A, we can reasonably conclude that with the exception of 2 business units labeled as now and March 2025 in Exhibit A, all business units should be able to fund personnel costs through the March 2025 continuing resolution allocation. This report does not show any non-personnel related operational costs. Of course, if you have any questions, you can email me. And what we mean by that is if you turn your attention to Exhibit A, you'll see right at the very top, there is one business unit that has actually currently spent their entire, through the first 3 months, they've spent their entire 6-month allocation. So that one business unit may have issues that we need to discuss for maybe unmet needs, et cetera. The second business unit that we feel may encounter layoffs is under that March 25 headline. They have basically 2.68 months left of personnel budget, and we have 3 months left total through after December 31st. Now, all of the rest of them under should be funded through March shows the number, what the budget is remaining for the continuing resolution based on expenditures through December 31st. And you can see the first one there, business unit 1001, has roughly $500,000 left in their continuing resolution, meaning they can fund based on current expenditure rates, they can fund 3.4 full months. So they should be fine through March because we have 3 months left and we have enough to fund 3.44. And all of those going down, you'll kind of see some of them are better off than others. But the bottom line is anything that is reported under that should be funded through March, or any business units where we calculate have 3 or more months left in their budget based on current expenditure rates. So unless something materially changes, meaning we decide to hire a whole bunch of people in the next 90 days, it appears that every business unit right now will be funded through March under the current continuing resolution, which includes in the budget the 2025 GWA at 4%, according to Dom. And then keep in mind that what this doesn't contemplate is also the 7250 budgets for each business unit, which includes the 2024 GW allocation, which we were discussing just now with judicial. So I know there's a lot of talk right now, and I even maybe have told the committee that divisions are coming to me saying, we're gonna run out of money, we might be facing layoffs. Right now, the numbers don't really coincide with that assessment. I'm not saying that some divisions may have issues that don't reflect in the numbers, however, based on what we see through 2020, first quarter of 2025. Most of the divisions are less than 50% through their allocation, meaning they're gonna have more, they're gonna have enough to get through the year, through the resolution. You know, if there are divisions listening and there are issues, we obviously like to hear them, but according to the actual numbers, which I know I've emphasized to the committee often, it doesn't look like that's gonna be a problem. Now, this report wasn't meant to show you the operational side. The operational side may be a little bit different. And I can get that report for your perusal, maybe after this meeting. But what I will say is, not only do they have, you know, money, it looks like, to get through not only do the business units have money to get through the continuing resolution, but as Dom stated earlier, there is the flexibility to move money between positions, especially vacant positions, if there is a shortfall. So the overall message is, from an overall standpoint, all the business units should have enough. Now, it's their responsibility to move money around within vacant positions if certain positions may have a shortfall. And right now, what it looks like is there's enough budget left by each business unit, with the exception of two, that should be able to cover their costs. Now, again, factors that could change this is if, for whatever reason, in the next 90 days, we have 400 or 500 new employees. Now those expenditure rates go way up, and we may run into issues with funding, but outside of anything like that, I think for the most part, the business units that are presented, which are all the business units under the general fund, including judicial, legislative, and executive, should have enough funding to get through the rest of the continuing resolution. So the exhibit A is 7 pages long. You can look at each business unit at your leisure, and then ask. Feel free to send questions over to me if you have them, and Rob, and we can help you. But that's the report, and I hope it answers some of the questions that I know the committee has as far as what the impacts of these continuing resolution is on the personnel costs. But right now, it appears that based on the budgets entered into FMIS, which include the 2025 GWA in it, these divisions should have enough funds to get through the continuing resolution period through March with no significant layoffs or shortfalls. But again, if there's divisions listening that think I'm wrong, obviously I'd love to hear and see where we can figure out those shortfalls, if there are any. But that's just what we're basing ours on, is actual data from FMIS. So with that, Madam Chair and leadership, that's the report for the controller for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Controller McKee, for your report. Mr. Stevens, do you have any comments? Or additional, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. At this time, I do not have any additional comments because we do rely on the reports coming from the Office of the Controller. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tati. With that, members of the committee, I will entertain a motion to accept the report in a second. Motion by Delegate Norman Everyday, we have a second. Second by Delegate Lester Yazzie. Members of the committee, do you all have any questions? Should the Chairwoman Hammer answer the question?
Yeah, thank you, as Controller, for this report. It does, in looking at the data and what you have, it does look like a majority of the programs will not be forced to have any challenges when it comes to funding their employees. And our hope is that a comprehensive budget is passed so that it reassures all of our employees that they'll be fully funded. And I think that's the expectation from this upcoming or the comprehensive 25 budget is that all of the divisions fully fund their positions. I just want to ask in terms of Navajo Hopi Land Commission, so that's under legislative. And so Chair, I'm just gonna ask for an update if our advisor can just reach out and see then what's the plan for these business units, 10-25. And when it comes to waste regulatory, I'm not sure if that's under natural resources or community development. But if we could just get what is also their plan, since they're under the threshold. And it looks like that would be also a communication to send out to RDC as an oversight. And if the land commission is under the speaker's office, then that would be not be kid. That would be my request at this point, so that delegates are aware of some of the information that we're pulling together. And again, if a department or program comes out and has concern, we at least have enough time to have them work with the Office of the Controller and OMB to find those fundings that are needed to fully pay out their employees that are employed within Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shadow Chairwoman Amber Kness-McCarty. Mr. Toffee, if we could flag those two items, the one regarding the Eastern Land Commission or the Navajo Land Commission?
Navajo Hopi Land Commission, so it's 10-10-25.
10-10-25, Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office, and then also you'll be waste regulatory business unit as well. If you could reach out to them and just I guess flag it right now, because we're gonna have budget discussions and talking about expenditure rates and how the allocation from FY24, some of them have low expenditure rates. So the committee will be evaluating further some of the business units. So if you could just flag it for now, and then members of the committee, if you look through the report and you want Mr. Toffee to flag it, so that when we come back together, Mr. Toffee can just give us a list of like those low expenditures or questions that you all might have, and then gather those departments and divisions so we can ask those questions directly to them. Sounds good? Does anyone have any further questions to the report? Delegate Chairman Hassel?
Thank you for the report. This is good to see. The GLIA, and so you said you would also provide one where there would be operations. Is it similar to this? I mean, I know you haven't probably done all that, but that would be really good to see also. I would like to flag in this report my chapters. I know they're not in, they still have some funding, but I have 2 chapters on this report that I would like to flag. And that would be White Cone and also Indian Wells. And I just kind of want to get an idea of like how, if they have any other questions as we move forward in this area. Which also, I have another question. To Controller McCabe, is this report going to be shared with the departments? Just so they know, or do they already have an understanding? They should know that where their spending is at. Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Chairman Yazzie. Mr. Toffee could flag those 2 chapters for a chapter discussion when we're doing the overall smaller discussion on how we're gonna do cost sharing between the chapters and then application and some of the expenditures. And then also Controller McCabe, we could have the operations report as well as soon as possible, essentially by Thursday.
Yeah, actually, I can do it.
You can do it right away.
Do it by today.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I can get that report as soon as I get a minute to do all the sorting in the pivot table. And to answer Delegate Yazzie's question, I have not yet shared this with executive, but I will. I know frequently the president's, I guess, financial advisor requests these, and so we'll send them We usually try to get it to you all first before, and then, yeah.
So the committee, do you all have any more questions to the report? Okay, hearing none at this time, we will do a roll call vote on the report. Delegate Nominating McKay votes green, Delegate Chairman Nazi. Delegate Chairman Nazi votes green, Chairwoman Amber Kness-McCarty. I vote green. Chairwoman Amber Kness-McCarty votes green, Delegate Lester Yasi, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yasi votes green. You have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 members opposed, myself not voting, Vice Chairman Carl Slater excused. The motion does carry. Thank you, Mr. Vitati and Office of the Controller for the report. We will move on to our next report. The report is now going to the report from Office of Legislative Council and myself. Okay. I will hand the gavel over to Chairwoman Amber Kness-McCarty to chair while I do the report.
Madam Chair.
Did I skip one?
You skipped letter C.
Oh, man.
Just skip right.
You'll skip that one.
Or have you, I can do it. I'm rusty, I don't like sharing. Go ahead. Okay. Alrighty, let's do this, report letter C from the Office of the Controller on verifying that excess permanent fund income available for general fund and expenditure plan within resolution CS 78/23 exhibit H and exhibit H1. Controller and deputy controller, did you send out an email or do you have this report out? Mr. Connie, and I was sent out
This morning.
this morning, colleagues. Okay. Is this the hard copy? Okay, appreciate it. Appreciate it. One day we'll have like, I like how they have it at the New Mexico, Senate rooms, like finance. They just have like screen on top, so you could see the screen, and that's very good. But, we'll try to do our best here, as long as the internet works. And, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would just defer to Rob at this point for this one. I'll answer questions.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Robert Willie, Assistant Controller, Office of the Controller. Thank you. It's good to be here. Happy New Year to everyone. The presentation is on the permanent fund interest allocation from CS 78/23. So the handout shows you actually exhibit H1 and all the allocations from the budget resolution from FY24. And those are the full amounts, which totals to 21,419,884. The permanent fund interest for last year was excess permanent fund interest, excuse me, was $21,555,000. So there was an excess remaining of $135,116 that did not get allocated. So with the continuing resolution CS 39/24, they approved half of what the allocations were from last year's permanent fund excess. And it did note that the permanent fund excess was $21,555,000, which actually the memo that controller did write for FY25 was actually $22,752,000, which there is a note of at the bottom, which shows you the actual amount. So half of the allocations from H1 totaled out to $10,709,942. So there is an excess, if you take that away from last year's permanent fund excess of $67,558. But the actual remaining, I believe that's what the Budget and Finance Committee is looking for, of the permanent fund interest excess is going to be $12,042,058, and that's taking the actual permanent fund excess income of 22.7 million, which was onto the controller's memo, excuse me, for FY 25, less the 10,709,942. So we'd be happy to answer any questions for you. Thank you.
There's to be, it's the hard copy that was passed out. So I appreciate that you went over those numbers, but I'm gonna pull us back a bit. So for fiscal year 2024, the amount for total allocation was 21.4 million. And, 135, about 135,000 did not get allocated. Right?
Correct. Okay.
And so so now I'm looking at your note on the bottom, the permanent fund interest for 2025 is 22.7 million. And what was approved via the continuing resolution of the interest of 21.5 million. Can you just go back and help me understand that statement? Because I'm just trying to follow the money and really understand. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So in the continuing resolution, it did state that half of the $21.5 million would be utilized for the appropriation from H1 from FY 24. So half of the 21 million is actually $10,777,500, which I noted right underneath CS 39-24. So that was what was available for the allocation. The actual allocations, half of what H1 exhibit was from the FY 24 budget, was 10,709,942. So 67,558 was not utilized from that half total. But in actuality, what the controller's memo did say, way back in March of 2024 is that the 25 excess income available was 22.7. And that's why I made that note underneath, which states actual remaining from FY 25 current interest is $12,042,058. And that's subtracting the $22.7 million from controller's menu. Here we go again. Memo from must be lunch. So I took that minus what the actual allocation was, which is $10.7 million. So that's why there's $12 million available to budget going forward. Thank you.
So colleagues, I just want to make sure that you have an opportunity to ask questions. But the amount that's available for fiscal year 25 is the 12,042,058. If we so desire as a council to move forward. Are there any questions from the committee on the report?
Can I do a question?
Oh, yep, see, there I go. I need to get a motion. Motion, Shabazian Chair Parrish. Second, Delegate Sherilyn Yaffe. Questions, committee? Well, only my clarification, committee that I did ask Deputy Controller is, because I'd like to monitor and see data. And this was a request, like these were all unmet needs that were referred by the oversight committees. I wanted to see actual numbers, how much these programs use in fiscal year 2024, and then what was part of their carryover. And also then to monitor what the 50% looks like, with the continuing resolution, but they're unable to draw out that analysis because once the program gets additional money, it just merges. So it's hard, but I think we should look back on if these programs are actually expending dollars for their unmet need. I tracked a few and I was concerned, like, for example, the special diabetes project. I know that they were on a timeline, and so that's something I think we can look at to see, did they in fact spend that 3.1 million? And then what was their plan for that 1.5? So maybe that's something Mr. Tahi can help us with by asking the program. What did you do with this money? How much did you expend? Or what was carried over to the next year? And for your CR this year, how much are you expending? But that's just for me, one member of the committee. But if we were to start, I would want to start on that special diabetes project. Because they requested money where they said they had a federal grant and the deadline was coming up. So I just want to make sure that those two projects were completely funded, and that could be the best way, a best practice in how we look at unmet needs and how we fund them. I will say thank you, Chair, but I'm pro tem, so that's what I asked Mr. Conley, if you could just help follow up. We'll start with the special diabetes project. Business unit 113019. So committee members, any other questions before we go to the vote? I have a question. Jaleesa, Chair of Parish, you have a question? You have a question?
Again, thank you, Chairwoman Amber Friday. I'd also like to flag the Emergency Management Department disaster assistance. I believe if it's not that one, then it's the Navigation Police Department Office of Internal Affairs. One of them, maybe it was in the personal lap savings fund. But I remember the Navigation Police Department, actually, the Navigation Police Department got several allocations, but they received funding for vehicles. So if they were fully funded at 100% in FY 2024, and they purchased their vehicles, then what was their plan with the half amount that we are? So that is an additional question, because I'm familiar with the Department of Health Canaveral Special Diabetes project. Those were purchases of 2 modular buildings. And similarly, it is best practices for the members of the Budget and Finance Committee to know whether it is feasible for departments and divisions to undertake an unmet need purchase with a 12-month time frame. Otherwise, I think it's good for us to analyze that expenditure rate, so that we may consider unmet needs in the FY 25 budget, because then, you know, they only have 9 months to consider an unmet need versus 12 months for a whole year. But that's saying, do we, as the Budget and Finance Committee, make recommendations to the council for an unmet needs package from the UFB because of how long it takes us to make purchases when we have information? So those are my thoughts and questions, and Mr. Tahi, I guess, and Chair Protem, I'd like to ask if Mr. Tahi could note that, because as a committee, we need to determine, when we're looking at our comprehensive budget, what is the best way to look at unmet needs? Are we looking at programmatic unmet needs for operations, or are we looking at funding additional vacancies as unmet needs, or is our focus making purchases? Because if we can't make purchases in 12 months, then that is a major systemic issue that we're trying to resolve, and I appreciate the controller and his leadership and the Department of Human Resources, Division of Human Resources, for taking the lead on the Arctic IT ERP. Again, that's kicking off today, so I hope that improves the lead time on making purchases and assisting the Office of Management and budget transfers and revisions and so on and so forth. Thank you, Chair Protem. Those are my only comments right now.
Well, yeah, thank you, appreciate it, Jaleesa, Chair Parish. Mr. Tahi, do you need any feedback or clarification on the request?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Controller, Deputy Controller, with those comments, any other final comments before we go to the vote?
Madam Chair, so the question on the special diabetes program, so it looked like 3.1 was allocated in FY 24. There was an amount of 1.9 that was encumbered, so they left $1.2 million on the table at the end of the year last year. And there's no expenditures this year, and they haven't spent any of the half allocations they got up to December. Just for clarification on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. I think that's the data that we're looking for, because with the limited funding and how we want to maximize. And it also will go back to the programs if in fact they have a plan to spend down this funding that they're requesting for additional needs. I do want to note that in our public hearings, the chapters are requesting additional support when it comes to their solid waste and possibly another personnel to help with heavy equipment. So those are areas that come to mind when we could look at other funding for programs and maximize at the community level. Committee members, any other questions before we go to the vote? Okay, Mr. Tony, you could help with the vote.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is roll call vote for receiving reports item C. Honorable Norman Biddy, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Norman M. votes green. Honorable Cindy Parrish, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Cindy Parrish votes green. Honorable Clara Alstater, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Sharon Yazzie, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Sharon Yazzie votes green. Honorable Leslie Yazzie, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Leslie Yazzie votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting. Presiding Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it, Mr. Connie. So we'll move on with report, we'll go on to the next report. Mr. Connie, if you could read it into the record.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, you have a receiving reports item D. Report from the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Budget and Finance Committee Chair on the fiscal year 2025 comprehensive budget as it relates to the revised FY 2025 budget instruction manual BFJY 17-24 calendar for the Navajo Nation and other related items. Presenters are Kristen A. Lowell, Principal Attorney for Office of Legislative Counsel, and Janine Parrish, Chairwoman for the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Shanice, you're gonna come up to present, and we do have Ms. Chris Pan. Lowell. And Shadija Chair Parrish. Shadija, are there any written documents or emails sent out on your report?
Mr. Todd, did you send the memo out to the committee?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the only. It's-
Mr. Connie, just for the record, and so we just get slammed with all kinds of paperwork. When did you email it and at what time?
Saturday through Monday morning.
There you go. Due to Microsoft saying undeliverable
Saturday?
this Saturday, then Sunday and Monday morning.
Oh.
Did you,
I'll
I
resend.
couldn't find it in the email, I just got it in our messages.
Yeah, that was,
Kristen, can you forward it?
I'll resend it.
So is it titled application fiscal year 2025 comprehensive budget calendar?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that was sent out Monday at 11. Oh, I'm sorry, Monday at 8:31. Or. Okay, you have the floor, should be whenever you're ready. Our colleagues, we all have this. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chairwoman Amber Kness, Friday, also members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This afternoon, I would like to provide an update to the members of the committee, but also to those listening online. So before you is a draft calendar of proposals that was drafted up by Mr. Rodney Toffey after our discussions, our preliminary discussions on the budget. And I just want to say, my appreciations to the Office of Legislative Counsel, the Office of the Controller, the Office of Management and Budget, also the Division of Human Resources for all of your input and the discussions that we have been having here at the Budget and Finance Committee for the past, feels like a year. I mean, it probably was a year, but more focused discussions on best practices for the comprehensive budget for the Navajo Nation over the past 6 months. I really do commend my fellow committee members on the Budget and Finance Committee for all of the endless meetings, the time that we have put into this discussion to arrive to putting the comprehensive budget as a priority for ourselves, and starting this new year with this first discussion. And then also for the record, my name is Shannon Parrish, I don't think I said that. Okay, so the first, the overview of my report today will stem around the calendar, of the proposed calendar for the completing resolutions from the Navajo Nation Council to move the comprehensive budget forward, with those lead times. And then also I want to touch on discussions with the committee on unmet needs. And the last discussion is on the public comments and how the committee would like to implement those into the budget, comprehensive budget, for this year. I know we are up against a very short time frame, but a lot of the reports that are necessary to have the discussion today were actually given today. So again, my appreciations to all our administrative staff for providing those numbers to us. So before, I guess, we'll lead into the discussion on the calendar. Right now, the Research and Development Committee has resolution 165, 24, 166, 24, 167, 24, 168, 24, and 184, 24. Those are 5 resolutions in front of the Research and Development Committee that they have not taken action on. There is no judicial branch resolution before the LOC committee. And there are 4 resolutions in front of the Navikia Committee. Those are resolution 08624 for the Legislative Protection Services, 17924 the Navajo Nation Executive Offices, 19224, which is for the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch. Actually, that's only 3. So in total, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 8 live resolutions at oversight committees. 1 resolution that has not been dropped for the judicial branch. And in front of the Budget and Finance Committee, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 resolutions that need action from us. If you recall, these are resolutions that were passed out of LSC and come before Budget and Finance. So those include the Ethics and Rules Resolution, the Department of Justice, the Office of Public Defender, the Navajo Nation Labor Commissions, the Office of Hearings and Appeals, the Gaming Regulatory Office from RDC, and the Division of Human Resources. Those are all resolutions that the Budget and Finance Committee would be taking a look at if we would like to make further recommendations. So in total, I wanted to share this information with you before we get to talking about the calendar, because you all know that portions of these requirements and the appropriations require us to take to follow a process. The first process is to do the oversight committees. And again, that's 8 resolutions that still need to go through RDC and NABI. And then those 8 then come before Budget and Finance. And on top of those 8, there are 7 that we still need to take action on in front of Budget and Finance Committee. So keep that in mind as we continue, excuse me, sorry, continue to talk about what the calendar is going to look like. I bring this to you because, as you know, we've had discussions about whether we as a committee make a recommendation to the council of picking up where we left off. So we are considering giving time to RDC and NABI to continue their oversight hearings and then proceed with our discussions with those oversights at Budget and Finance. And the amount of time and approximation really depends on how much we would like to recommend to the calendar. I bring this before the committee because we did pass our resolution in the budget instruction manual that provided a calendar. So today I seek your questions and comments on this report to make a recommendation to the Navajo Nation Council on whether, excuse me, whether we would like to proceed with the traditional way that we have been introducing a comprehensive budget, or if we would like to pursue an expedited alternative. However, as Chairwoman Amber Canestra-Crotty had mentioned, the committee has voiced our commitment to a comprehensive budget, and we are looking for creative avenues on how to do that. I also want to inform the committee of meetings that I have attended with the Resource and Development Committee. I was aware that there's a meeting with the Law and Order Committee, an internal meeting about their budgets. And so the Resource and Development Committee had a meeting yesterday on their budgets and on their oversights. And what I heard from their meeting was, one, that we should recommend that the unmet needs be met in FY 26. And so our focus, if the budget and finance, when the Budget and Finance Committee takes a look at those budgets and their unmet needs, that they at Monday's meeting, they recommended that because these departments and divisions, they don't have enough time to spend their money, that they recommend us to focus those unmet needs for FY 26. The other point in conversation that did come up was that a member of RDC did ask about a continuing resolution, a second continuing resolution, and how that would play out for the Navajo Nation. I did offer comments. The controller was a part of the conversation as well. But we did offer comments on how a comprehensive budget would alleviate the Office of Management and Budget, and how those budget transfers Mr. Miguel had earlier had shared in one of the reports. So those are some of the comments from the Research and Development Committee's meeting. They did have a strong voice for, one member had a strong voice for a continuing resolution. Otherwise, the committee did think that an expedited process would be manageable instead of the oversight committee hearings. And I did talk to the speaker this morning and to hear if she had any information from the Law and Order Committee. The Law and Order Committee did say that they want to request from the judicial branch through a memo. One last time, that the judicial branch submit a budget to the Office of Legislative Counsel that reflect the bin amounts approved in the Budget and Finance Committee. So the update from the speaker from the Law and Order Committee is that they would like to entertain a resolution that, or not entertain a resolution, sorry. They would like to at least communicate with the judicial branch and ask if they can provide that budget that is with the bin amounts. However, that was the extent of the update that the speaker gave me. I have not talked to the chair of the Law and Order Committee. Last night, there was no communication from the RDC or LOC, so I don't have further information about that. Members of the committee, at the end of the day, it does come to us as a Budget and Finance Committee on how we would like to recommend a comprehensive budget to the Navajo Nation Council. And it was our interest to reach out to the Resource and Development Committee and also the Law and Order Committee on how they would like to excuse me, proceed. If you all would like direct reports from them, my recommendation is that we meet with them as soon as possible. I had requested from the speaker that we need further discussion on smoothing that out. If we don't come to a consensus on a calendar, today, I would like to continue to meet with the committee on developing a calendar of Work Thursday. So that we can give a report to Navikia. Today, what we can work on is a discussion of unmet needs, of your thoughts of funding types, or further discussion on how the budget gets put together. But I wanted to provide those updates to you all about discussions with the other oversight committees. Unmet needs and public comments are the last two. We did have a preliminary discussion about unmet needs. Right now, the Office of the Controller has shared with us that the personal lapse savings fund is still intact. It's not yet dissolved into the UFB. And if it is, then by the beginning of February, sometime in February, it would be a question to the Office of Legislative Counsel of how we could structure language in a resolution, the council resolution, for drawn down from the UFB. So those are my comments at this time. I hope that I would like to ask if Ms. Jalissa Johnson could work expeditiously on working with Ms. Nakai to deliver those public comments to the committee so that we can review them and we can implement them as soon as possible. Chair Pro Tem, that is my update and reports today to the committee. Thank you.
Ms. Law?
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem, Chair Pro Tem Friday. So I guess I need a point of clarification, and this is based off the meeting that I attended, which several members of the Budget and Finance Committee were on for the RDC committee. And so we've been saying go straight to Navi, go straight to Navi. So I'm wondering if that's still in play or what's been the Law and Order Committee's desire to meet with the judicial branch is going to play, and if they're going to try to introduce a resolution, or are they gonna try to do it as a report? And then, so typically the comprehensive budget legislation, as Chair was saying, is essentially a recommendation from the Budget and Finance Committee to council, and then it also goes through NABI. So when we say like go directly to NABI, would that comprehensive budget resolution be essentially leaving the BNF recommendation part of it? So would that literally only stop at NABI and council? Because that's kind of how I was thinking of it, but then I realized, I was talking to my colleague, Ms. Mariana Khan, and she did have some questions, so I told her, you know, my vision of it was that any Title II authority that we invoke for BNF would be waived, and then it would go straight to NABI. Then I realized maybe people are thinking of it a different way, so that is something that I did want to clarify. As far as layering on anything else, yeah, so we talked yesterday about, we've got some of these resolutions that some of the committees have passed, some were in front of BNF, some BNF. We did it this year as BNF is final authority, right? So right. That was our tweak this year. So some of them are completely signed, sealed, and delivered. Others of them are still in front of ready for BNF action. Others of them are, as Chair said, RDC hasn't had their budget meeting yet. And then we have the situation with the judicial branch. So I guess what I'm advocating for is that we are consistent in our approach. So if Law and Order chooses to have a meeting with the judicial branch, then RDC do it the same way. So if they have any other programs that they haven't met with, that they meet with those programs. I know we talked yesterday also about possibly withdrawing the resolutions that are still live. So that is a decision that also has to be made. None of these resolutions are still live as Chair said, so. If they're gonna be withdrawn, like they should all be withdrawn, I think a consistent approach is the best strategy. So if Navi does one thing and RDC does another thing and Monarch does yet a third thing, sorry, I'm not talking like that, so that I think would be problematic. And opens and leaves the committee and the council more susceptible to legal challenges. Okay, so those are my thoughts at this time. We're not talking.
I have one more comment.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. So. Going back to Shadeja, Tara Parish. I've read over the memo from our legislative advisor, Mr. Tahi. And so at this point, are you just giving the committee an update? Or do we know what path we're taking when it comes to comprehensive budget? Because as a delegate, I would have to start clearing my calendar. And so I think in terms of what can be done now would be a great way to start the conversation. And while other standing committees are making that important decision, I was on the RDC call. And so it looks like they're in agreement to move forward. So I would ask as pro tem, then we look at, we could just build in some time for if Law and Order does want to actually have a budget hearing. And then talk with the Office of Management and Budget as they're critical to this conversation. On the information they need to provide to the standing committees and also the budget forms. So I'm not sure if you're gonna defer any time to OMG, but I think in looking at the dates, that would be helpful for myself. Should they even check her?
Yeah, thank you. Again, I just want to say that Mr. Tani's memo is a draft. And so the last discussion that we did have, previously, our goal is within the first 2 weeks of February. And I think, again, this is gonna require the Budget and Finance Committee to come back tomorrow. And I say tomorrow, because tomorrow, well, there's Navi on Thursday, so we'll have a lot of input from delegates then, but it's my understanding that we need further discussion on people's calendars. So I think we can have that discussion on the calendar tomorrow. Today, what I wanted was, or secondarily, I don't think that the information was also conveyed to the Law and Order Committee, but the Office of Legislative Counsel has also made the recommendation that the comprehensive budget could be dropped without a judicial budget. And added at the committee or at council level. So I just wanted to share that information too, that there's two factors to the comprehensive budget. There's a timeline, but there's also the lead time that legislation needs to be developed in a 5-day comment period. So if the judicial branch is listening, I know the Law and Order Committee is making efforts to have discussions with them and how to make that recommendation. So I guess the recap and what we can do today is I'm reporting to the committee what as the committee, we wanted to respect the other committees on what they would like to do. So I'm reporting back to the Budget and Finance Committee, the information that I have received to you all, so we can develop next steps, whether it is at this meeting or at a later time. One factor that we need to also consider is the availability. I don't think Chair Gina Charleston is available today. She did. Speaker mentioned that she had a family emergency. So I guess what we can do today, members of the committee, with this report on the comprehensive budget, is have a discussion on unmet needs, unless we already have a consensus from or focusing the unmet need discussion on FY 26. or if you all, just want to see the unmet needs as they come in. Because I think one thing for the committee to consider is that we have already passed resolutions with unmet needs attached to the resolution. So when OLC starts to develop the comprehensive budget legislation, do we, taking the calculations that we have today from the excess of the PTF and the available funds that we have. I guess where we have been talking about how long the departments and divisions have to expend these dollars. We would still need that one piece. I think the controller is looking at the expenditure rate of the operation, so we don't have that information yet. Chair Pro Tem, I guess I'm reporting to you what the information I have received so far. Again, this is also information for the public to know too, that the Budget and Finance Committee is committed to a comprehensive budget this year. So I guess to clarify the report, Chair Pro Tem.
Okay, appreciate it. Chair Parrish, these colleagues, are there any questions regarding the report? I need a motion for the report. Motion by Delegate Sherilyn Gowsman. Actually, you should be, since you have all that experience in vice chair. Can I get a second? A second by, Shanella, Delegate, Leslie Gowsman. How about any questions, colleagues? Feels like we're all up to date. Thank you for the report. If there's no questions from the committee, what we can do is, start talking about some dates when we're, discussing the leadership meeting. So, Mr. Tony, can you help me with, the roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee, this is roll call vote for items D. I'm receiving reports from Office of Legislative Counsel and Budget and Finance Committee Chair. Honorable Norman Emily, how do you vote?
Yellow.
Honorable Norman Emily votes green. Honorable Cindy Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Cindy Parrish votes green. Honorable Carl Alston, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Sharon Gowdy, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sharon Gowdy votes green. Honorable Les Yazzie, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank
Honorable
you.
Les Yazzie votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Sheriff Mr. Coffey. So now that we've finished all of our reports, we'll go down to new business. Letter A, scheduling Budget and Finance Committee special meetings, work sessions, and leadership meetings for January, February, March 2025. So these are Chair Parrish, this was your request, so I will defer the floor to you, Chair Parrish.
Okay, thank you, Chair Pro Tem. Members of the committee, I would like to ask, if we could consider, I guess technically because we do have, Chair Crowdy as Chair Pro Tem, I could offer this motion, but let me explain my thought process, behind, some of the requests. So as we're gearing up for the budget, I do want us to spend some time on chapter budgeting and chapter BIM and chapter LGA cost sharing with the nation. I think that's a discussion we consistently have here at the committee, but we have never sat down and really taken a deep dive on what that would look like. So kind of backtracking, one, I'd like to ask the committee if we could reschedule our January 21st meeting to January 22nd at 10 a.m. in Winter Rock, Arizona. And that's because there's Martin Luther King on January 20th. All the 4 standing committees are going to be moved to the 21st. And so once this legislation go through the 4 standing committees, they'll come to Budget and Finance on January 21st. That will be the first part of the motion. To January 22nd, 2025 at 10 a.m. in Winter Rock, Arizona at the Budget and Finance Conference Room. And I would like to also ask the committee if there is availability in your schedules the last week. Let's see, the of February, the week of February 10th. If we could schedule a day where we focus on a meeting with the Office of Management and Budget, the Division of Community Development, and ask our legislative advisor to send a mass email out for recommendations for the BIM. So setting aside a day to review those recommendations on the FY 26 BIM. For a work session, I'm gonna say a leadership meeting. So I guess I'm not making up.
February 10th,
Let's do February 10th,
Monday, right?
yeah. Good.
Everybody here with Monday?
Let's see, Monday,
Special meeting, right?
Leadership meeting. On the fifth.
colleagues concurrence was February 10th. Colleagues concurrence was February 10th. Yes.
I'm good.
Okay, so February 10th works, Mr. Toppy, for the BIM, and the special meeting, just for the record, will be on Wednesday, January 22nd. Any other meetings?
I'd also like to request.
What time that meeting on the 10th at 10?
10.
10?
Mhm.
Yeah, you need to go, right?
Mhm. I'd also like the committee to consider one day, during the third week. Or let's just start with that. I just wanna have the committee consider a target date for us to consider the BIM for FY 26. So that everyone's aware, if they have any recommendations for us to consider, that they send it to Mr. Taki. And I think that discussion for FY 26 BIM will begin the discussion for the next comprehensive budget, even though we're still discussing FY 25 right now. Chair Pro Tem, my motion is to reschedule our January 21st meeting to January 22nd, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the Budget and Finance Conference Room, and also schedule a leadership meeting for February 10th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Specifically on the budget instruction manual.
Okay, thank you, committee members. Do you have any additional recommendations for leadership meetings or special meetings in the months of January, February, March? None noted. For the record. My question is, we need to have at least a date to know how we're gonna move forward with the fiscal year 25 comprehensive budget. So we're gonna have a series of meetings this week. When is the decision need to be made? Because in hearing from our legislative council to lay out a path for the legislation, we need to know how we're getting there, so it's that it's legally sufficient. And so could you give an update from the committee in terms of how that was discussed so that we could move forward? Because the budget calendar is the one that's gonna take up a lot of our time. It may or may not, depending on how we move forward. So, Division Chair Parrish, could you give us some idea on when you expect to have some of these final decisions be made?
Again, thank you, Chair Pro Tem, Chairwoman Erica Zarcati. I feel confident that we will have a calendar ready for Navikia State by Thursday. I have asked the speaker to engage with the entire council so that they're aware of the discussions that we're having. I know a lot of the discussions have been internally with committees, but at the end of the day, we need the entire council to move forward. So I've asked the speaker to meet with the council tomorrow. And so once we are able to introduce these concepts to the entire council, my recommendation, and so far from the discussions I have been a part of, the in the Office of Legislative Counsel's questions about waivers of that legislation. Its committee needs to meet with the Office of Legislative Counsel to work that out. So if we all could set aside some time to meet with the Office of Legislative Counsel to go over some recommendations of how the comprehensive budget legislation would turn out. That would set the tone of our recommendation to the council. So whether we set aside time today, or we set aside time tomorrow for a virtual call, that would be my request, Chair Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that update. I know we also need to we have a huge ship we're running here on Navajo Nation, so everybody get their rotors ready and fill up, gas up, because we're gonna start coming back together on the comprehensive budget. Committee members, any other questions for Chair Parrish? Not seeing any, Mr. Hockey, any questions, logistics? The questions, okay, yes, Delegate McGee, use the mic.
Thank you. Check tomorrow. We have a meeting tomorrow.
Jeff, we can schedule it now.
That's already something already scheduled, but.
When are you free?
Friday in the afternoon, I guess.
Right. When you do, no, with the legislative council. You're.
Thursday, well, probably you're gonna be in Windsor Rock there at 10 a.m.
We'll just stick around after this then.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Can you turn off your mic? Okay, thank you. Any other clarifying questions? We do have, is it a leadership meeting scheduled tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th?
There, came in.
I thought we, scheduled something on the Friday meeting.
Good check,
You're right.
good check. Mayor from the youngest came.
I'd like to recognize for the record Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Thank you for joining the committee.
Yes, thank you, Chair Pro Tem, and for the record, the Budget and Finance Committee will be meeting on Wednesdays at 1 p.m. On the 5-year permanent trust fund plan. Tomorrow. And so we are going to begin meeting virtually. So I know this is, well, let me ask the Office of Control and Office of Legislative Counsel, so I'll be ready tomorrow. Our expectation from Friday's meeting is that they would be ready by this Wednesday. But Chair Pro Tem, I'd like to ask, otherwise we can just do a brief update of the 5-year. Oh, right, that was the major thing we were supposed to cover in our first meeting. Our first meeting was on the expenditure rate of the permanent trust for the 5-year plans. So I'm sure the controller can run those numbers. Controller McGee.
For tomorrow? What are you doing?
The 5-year plan, so looking at those projects and seeing the expenditure rates and how much they spend.
Having updated one now, but
Yeah, we'll try and get that. For, by tomorrow.
That would be
Yeah, we can do it by tomorrow.
for her. Thank you. I'd like to modify my motion to include the leadership meeting for Wednesdays at 1 p.m. That will be focused on the 5-year TF plan. Tomorrow's meeting will cover the expenditure rates of the 5-year plan.
So to clarify for Mr. Tom, we will send out the agenda or talking points and calendar invite. How many Wednesdays did we consider? Just the month of January, or is it February and March? Mr. Thomas?
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, the New Mexico caucus meets on Wednesdays too. So, yes, keep that into consideration on how quickly we move through the agendas on Wednesdays.
Well, yeah, thank you, Mr. Tommy. I think, for the caucus, we're going to modify and meet from 10 to 1. or 10 to like 12:30. You can turn on. And then how many Wednesdays, should these do you anticipate for this discussion on the permanent trust fund, which is set to expire at the end of next fiscal year?
Let's start with meeting, every other week until the month of. Let's focus our discussion for January, and February, so every other Wednesday in the month of January and February. And we can modify how many times we meet, but I believe that the committee's intent is to start discussions on developing legislation for a new PTF plan, a new 5-year PTF plan as it pertains to the budget. And we'll have those further discussions within the Wednesday meetings. Chair Crowder.
Well, yeah, thank you, Shadisha, so if I could make the recommendation that we start next Wednesday, the 15th. Shanola here has a conflict on Wednesday, and it sounds like Delegate Brigade may have a conflict this Wednesday. So, is the 15th better in line with your calendar, starting at 1 o'clock? Delegate here?
Good.
Okay, so we'll start the discussion on the 15th, at 1 o'clock. That'll help us get some of the kinks out of the way, and help our staff navigate. And so we're expecting to have a virtual meeting?
Yes.
Okay,
Virtual here, right?
Yes, we'll do hybrid.
okay, we'll do hybrid. So Mr. Tall, if you could make sure the room is available in Wednesday afternoon in modifying the municipal law. Any other questions? No, we'll start next Wednesday, the 15th. Okay. Any other questions? Delegate Sherilyn Johnson, you have anything?
And so I'm looking at the every other Wednesdays for January 29th, that week, we will have winter session. So do we, the following week, February? Okay, just clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll take off the Wednesday, the 29th. And so, Mr. Tahi, with your calendar invite, I'm sure you'll be able to help us navigate some of those if the holiday comes up or other conflicts. Thank you, appreciate the question. Alrighty, Mr. Tahi, can you help with the roll call vote?
Motion.
I did. I don't know if he said it. I was done with the audience. No, nobody did. We did a second. It was the second.
Second, second, third, second or third.
Okay, so we need a second.
Yes.
Okay, who wants a second? I think you. Okay.
It's the second, third,
Okay. All right, ready?
Yeah.
All right, this is roll call vote for new business season reports, the new business item A. Honorable Norman McGay, how do you vote?
Red. Green.
Norman McGay votes green. Honorable Shannon Parrish, how do you vote?
Silver green.
The Shannon Parrish votes green. Honorable Carl Alston, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Sharon Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sharon Yazzie votes green. Honorable Les Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Les Yazzie votes green. Madam Chair, that is 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, great, thank
Motion to
you.
adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by, the man delegate Norman McGee from the east, second. Yes, by, Madam Delegate Sherilyn Johnson, for Defiance Agency, any questions? We'll move, with the vote, Mr. Tony?
Madam Chair, this is roll call vote for adjournment at 2:34 P.M. Honorable Norman McGay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman McGay votes green. Honorable Shannon Parrish, how do you vote?
Silver green.
Honorable Shannon Parrish votes green. Honorable Carl Alston, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Sharon Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sharon Yazzie votes green. Honorable Les Yazzie, how do you vote? I vote green. Honorable Les Yazzie votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
All the colors in that one. And vision and coverage. I think the only thing I was impressed with.
Get in order.